and answers the questions, statements by ministers, items under public business, and private members' motions. But before we begin, let's try a parliamentary trivia question. True or false? A member of parliament in Jamaica is an appointed representative in the House of Representatives. Get the answer at the end of this introduction to the lower house. On this sitting's agenda, the proceedings will begin with tributes to the following persons: Oswald Harding, OJ, CD, KC, former President of the Senate and former Cabinet Minister; Arthur Nelson, former Member of Parliament for St. James West Central; Dean Peart, former Member of Parliament for Manchester Northwestern and Cabinet Minister; and Stephen Francis, OJ, a Jamaican athletics coach and co-founder of the MVP Track and Field Club. He famously guided multiple Olympic and world champions, including Shelly-Ann Fraser-Pryce and Asafa Powell. Under the Questions and Answers the Questions segment, Member of Parliament and Minister of Transport, Telecommunications and Energy Darrell Vaz is to answer questions from Member of Parliament Philip Polwell. Under Public Business, the Mediation Act 2026 debate is to be continued. The Act, which is being piloted by Justice Minister Delroy Chuck, is a landmark piece of legislation in Jamaica designed to formalize and expand alternative dispute resolution across the island. It empowers justices of the peace, pastors, and teachers to facilitate local conflict resolution to ease the burden on Jamaica's court system. It also provides for the creation of a mediation board and a registry to maintain the standards of professional mediators and mediation service providers. In his contribution to the debate, Minister of Health and Wellness, Dr. Christopher Tufton, said the Mediation Act will provide an important intervention to help reduce the risk of domestic violence, which places additional strain on the public health system. And that's what's on the agenda. It should be noted that elements of the day's agenda can be changed or moved. But before that, here are some things you should bear in mind if you plan to attend a session at Gordon House. No visitor shall create any act of disorder within the precincts of the House. No visitor shall be admitted to the House without first obtaining an admission card. Visitors who remain within the precincts of the House during a suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. No photography, videography, or sketching of the proceedings is allowed unless so authorized by the presiding officer. And there should be no smoking inside the parliamentary building. It's almost time to go to the main event, but before that, let's get the answer to the trivia question. We asked, true or false? A member of parliament in Jamaica is an appointed representative in the House of Representatives. It's false. The truth is, a member of parliament in Jamaica is an elected representative in the House of Representatives who creates laws, oversees government spending, and serves as a primary liaison between the local constituency and the national government. In practice, most bills are initiated in the House of Representatives. The House of Representatives has control over the government's finances, meaning funds cannot be granted nor taxation levied without the approval of this House. Now, over to the proceedings.
Motorists, certificates of fitness are now digital. Here's how it works. First, make your payment at TAJ inline or online. Then, take your receipt along with your vehicle to an Island Traffic Authority service hub for physical inspection. A valid email address is required to receive your digital fitness. Once the inspection is complete, your certificate number will be sent directly to your email. To access your digital certificate, visit cgds.gov.jm/fitness, enter your certificate number and the chassis number, and view your certificate online. New validity periods are here. New vehicles, 5 years. Vehicles 10 years or less, 3 years. And those older than 10, 1 year. No more paper certificates. Just secure, digital access, anytime, anywhere. For more information, connect with us via email at info@ita.gov.jm or on social media at Island Traffic Authority.
Hey, I'm Abijah, the Rootsman. Today, I want to talk to you about something powerful. Peace. Peace isn't just the absence of conflict. It's about kindness, understanding, and respect. It starts with us. Every choice we make can build bridges or burn them. Let's choose peace in our words, our action, and our hearts. Peace begins with you. Together, we can create a brighter and safer future for everyone. Join me. Let's be that change we want to see.
I wonder who that somebody be. No, sir. Let me look for my glasses. Oh, that somebody look like right, sir.
It's Lottie, walk on.
Me glad for see you, right? Although things never go on for you, America, me glad say you there.
Yes.
Lift your head high.
Yes.
Stay out of trouble.
Yes.
And you can have a fresh start back home.
All right, Mr. P. Thanks, you hear?
Let's all work together for a fresh start back home.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Tell me something. How much time you ever hear the government announce a project and wonder why they must spend millions on this and not on that? Well, if you think there's nothing you can do about how your money is spent, think again. Jamaica's budget is more than just numbers. It reveals our biggest problems and goals, our plans to fix them, and what to prioritize. We can even call it a promise book of what will be done to improve our lives. Now, let's talk about the 4 stages of the budget cycle so we can understand how it works and get involved. Stage 1, planning and review. The Ministry of Finance sends out a budget call to every ministry, which outlines the priorities and constraints to guide how those ministries prepare their budget. After ministries submit their drafts, the Finance Ministry reviews, compiles, and sends them to Cabinet for review and approval. Stage 2, parliamentary debate and approval. The Finance Minister tables all budget documents in the House of Representatives. The Standing Finance Committee, which is all 63 MPs, sits to examine the budget documents, and each minister presents their budget and answers concerns the committee has. The committee's report is then tabled in the House, followed by the estimated expenditure, which is tabled as legislation called the Appropriations Bill. That's right, the budget of Jamaica is law. The budget debate formally opens. We have presentations from the Minister of Finance, the Prime Minister, Opposition Leader, and the Shadow Finance Minister. After their presentations, our MPs vote for or against approval. Like all legislation, it goes to the Senate for their approval and then to the Governor General for his royal assent. No later than March 31st, end of the financial year. Stage 3, implementation. The new financial year begins and approved budgets are sent to ministries. Collecting taxes, borrowing loans, and receiving grants begin. And so does the spending. Stage 4, budget oversight. Now, this is where citizens don't need permission to get involved. Throughout the year, operations and spending are assessed by internal auditors and the Auditor General's department that makes sure public entities are compliant with laws and that their financial reports are accurate.
All Auditor General reports are submitted to our Parliament's Public Accounts Committee for review and cross-examination of public officials. The Ministry of Finance, Integrity Commission, and MOCA also monitor government spending to guard against poor financial management and corruption. It is our job to review these reports, check the findings in the newspaper, and look up if breaches are fixed at jampja.org. If not, ask your MP what he or she has done to ensure public officials are held to account. No more 9-day wonders. So, did the government follow through on their spending and investment promises last year? What promises will next year's budget have? How will they affect you, and how can you ensure that you get what is promised? For access to the national budget, check out JAM's easy digital version and contact info for your MP at jampja.org. Then link your MP and see what progress is being made throughout the entire budget cycle. Support JAMP. Let's do our job to make Jamaica land we love, Jamaica land we own, and Jamaica land we run well. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
What can a little germs do?
Pink eye running belly, even flu. Germs can make them happen to you.
Put germs on our manners with these. Cover your mouth when you cough and sneeze. Always wash your hand with water and soap. Keep dirty hands from your eyes and your nose and your mouth. You don't want to be sick, take care. Practice every day, no germs around here. A message from the Ministry of Health.
Yo, babes, why me I call you so much time and I not get you? Sorry me lick you again yesterday. Yo, I know me mess up, but can't wear them something there road and I expect me to react. I know I'm jealous and fool and easy to lose my temper, but call me back here.
Still not get tired.
Hey, girl, think me have to call your phone? You know who you are deal with? You think I want to lick me again next time? Eh?
It doesn't have to be this way. You can leave an abusive relationship. Just call 876-553-0372. We will help you.
I'm not allowed to speak for myself. They make all the decisions.
I'm not allowed to go anywhere by myself. They're afraid I'll escape.
See how my hand and face bruise up? Them beat me cause me say me tired.
I'm only 13, but they said if I work harder, they will allow me to go home.
Me no have no birth paper, no ID. Them take all of my documents, them.
Victims of human trafficking are all around us and they need our help. Forced labor is one of the many forms of human trafficking. If you see something, say something. Report suspected cases of human trafficking. Call the nearest police station, 119 or 888 PROTECT.
Jamaica goes too far. Spreads wider than the widest ocean. Jesus, oh Lord, yeah.
My name is Shan Shan. I am a Christian. Home from Chester, Rob and Jamaican. Thank you, Jesus, for me salvation. Me, I go preach it to each and every nation. You think me Shekina? You think me Shekina?
God, you're not easy. Say you're not easy at all. God, you're not easy. Shooby-dooby-dooby-doo.
I wanna be more than an ordinary servant. Gotta be more. Say, 'cause I feel like the world is moving too fast. And if it's not too much to ask, oh Lord, let me cry for my love.
So hear me now, we're living in the last days, and I'm pouring out on the Spirit in the earth. My people don't have fear, just get ready for what I'm about to write.
Nobody can put him in a no box. Not even death could have put
roll him in the grave. 1, 2, 3, on the third day him raise. Confess and repent and you must get saved. One validation counts. One validation counts. Don't be fooled by what is coming out of their mouth. They can say what they want.
Peace begins with us. Every act of kindness, every step towards understanding brings us closer to a brighter tomorrow. Let's choose unity, compassion, and hope. Together, we can build a future where peace reigns.
Brighter tomorrow starting today.
What if I told you that you own thousands of acres of land, more than 100 companies with over 100,000 employees and billions in the bank? Well, I have news for you. You do. Jamaica belongs to you, and you need expert protection to safeguard those assets for your future, your children, and your children's children. And you already have it. A key protector is our Auditor General, whose role is outlined by the biggest, baddest law in all the land, the Constitution. The Auditor General's main job is to examine the financial reports of all public entities to ensure that they are accurate and that public funds are used appropriately and effectively to deliver public goods and services without waste, theft, and mismanagement. Here's how it's done. A team of highly trained auditors reviews and verifies that the right amount of money is spent on only what's approved in the national budget and in accordance with the laws and policies that protect public resources. Now, the right amount of money can be spent on the right things and Jamaicans still no benefit. So the Auditor General assesses the outcome for programs and projects as well. Audit reports will also contain recommendations to improve the operations of the audited entity, and the findings are submitted to the Parliament's Public Accounts Committee, the PAC. Every year, an annual report is submitted by December 31. Both government and opposition MPs serve on the PAC, and they summon public entity managers to answer questions so that they and the public, the real owners, yes, you, can understand what went wrong and how to prevent a recurrence. What are some things that can and do go wrong? Cost and time overruns, missing financial reports, unreported losses, unauthorized spending, unsupported payments, unlawful contracting, undisclosed conflict of interest, and more. Though the AG identifies the abuse of laws and policies, the law does not empower that office to penalize or sanction, but it does empower the Financial Secretary in the Ministry of Finance. It is also the duty of other anti-corruption and law enforcement bodies to grab the button and investigate to ensure penalties are applied when appropriate. But the AG alone can't watch all. So when things don't look straight, the Minister of Finance, members of Parliament, Cabinet, public servants, and importantly, you must blow the whistle and the AG will look deeper. So this is where you come in, with 4 things you can do to strengthen those who are fighting to protect our future. Tune into PBCJ on Tuesdays for the PAC and mind your business, Jamaica. It's our belongings, you know, but we have to move like we understand that. And next time you hear a news report about the AG, you just left it up to the media. Visit the AG's website at www.auditorgeneral.gov.jm and check out the findings yourself. Then, keep track of how government has fixed the issue or not at www.jampja.org's accountometer. And if you're not happy with what you see, it's your job to contact your employees. It's easy when you visit the MP tracker on jampja.org. This is how we can do our part to make Jamaica land we own, Jamaica land we love, and Jamaica land we run well. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter portal, funded by the European Union and UK Aid.
Me, I go show them my way of justice.
I'm abused.
I need legal advice. I don't deserve this.
The truth of the matter is, justice there for all of we. The Ministry of Justice has trained more than 5,600 persons in restorative justice practices. More than 200,000 victims have been supported by the victim services. Legal aid has reached thousands island-wide. Make we talk it out, not fight it out. Call 888 Justice today.
Spreads wider than the widest ocean. Jesus, oh Lord, yeah.
My name is Shan. I am a Christian. Hope from Chester, Brabant, Jamaican. Thank you, Jesus, for me salvation. Me, I go preach it to each and every nation. You think me sick in ya? You think me sick in ya?
God, you're not easy. Say you're not easy at all. God, you're not easy. Shooby-dooby-dooby-doo.
I wanna be more than an ordinary servant. Gotta be more. Say, 'cause I feel like the world is moving too fast. And if it's not too much to ask, oh Lord, let me cry for my love.
So hear me now, we're living in the last days, and I'm pouring out on my spirit in the earth. My people don't have fear, just get ready for what I'm about to write.
Nobody can put him in a no box. Not even death could have hold him in a the grave. 1, 2, 3, on the third day he raised. Confess and repent, and you must get saved.
One validation counts. One validation counts. Don't be fooled by what is coming out of their mouth. They can say what they want. Jamaica gospel star.
Yo, babes, why me I call you so much time and I nah get you? Sorry me lick you again yesterday. Yo, me know me mess up, but I can't wear them something there road and I expect me to react. I know me jealous and fool and easy to lose my temper, but call me back here.
Still nah get tired.
Hey, girl, think me have to call your phone? You know who you deal with? You think I want to lick me again next time? Eh?
It doesn't have to be this way. You can leave an abusive relationship. Just call 876-553-0372. We will help you.
From seed to sale, Jamaica's future grows through innovation. Introducing Export Jamaica, a global market intelligence and compliance gateway that connects your effort with global opportunities and makes international trade easier, safer, and more convenient for Jamaican businesses. Powered by the Jamaica Trade Board Limited, Export Jamaica is designed to position your products competitively and guide you through international trade. Find high-demand international markets. Gain access to trade analytics that guide your business decisions. Identify and engage with potential buyers. Know your costs up front. Trade confidently. And keep your exports safe and secure. Through Export Jamaica, you can discover all there is to know about exporting and grow your business sustainably.
From the processing of your goods, to packaging and shipping, to seeing your products reach international shelves and enjoyed by customers abroad, Export Jamaica provides the market intelligence and insights behind each step, helping you identify demand, understand export pathways, and unlock financial growth.
Say hello to a prosperous future. Visit tradeboard.gov.jm/Export Jamaica to sign up today. Expanding Jamaica's reach, empowering our people.
Most Jamaicans will tell you corruption in politics is deep-rooted, and that's just so it's said, and nothing can do about that. But actually, there is, and another 152 countries are doing it. It's called asset declaration, and it works best where citizens themselves understand it and help to ensure the law is enforced. Corruption happens when public officials abuse their power to benefit themselves, family, or associates. Jamaica's Integrity Commission Act was designed to prevent corruption, and here are 5 things you should know. 1. Under this law, every year MPs and senators must report what they earn, own, and owe, and if they don't, they'll be sanctioned. 2. Their report must include the same kind of information for their wife or husband and children. 3. If they get a gift worth more than $100,000 from anyone who's not family, they must declare it. 4. A summary of the declarations of our Prime Minister and opposition leader must be published where the public can read it. 5. Parliamentarians can now be prosecuted by the Integrity Commission. They can be fined up to $2 million.
Almighty God, by whom alone kings reign and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding, we thine unworthy servants here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations, and grant that, we having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the king, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, and true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
You may be seated. This Honorable House now resumes its sitting. I now call the sitting of this Honorable House of Representatives to order on this, the 14th day of July 2026. I take this opportunity to extend welcome to all members of the Honorable House and members of the media or visitors in the gallery, and to the many Jamaicans joining us online and through the various broadcasting platforms. Although we come to this chamber from different constituencies, different political traditions, and at times sharply different points of view, we are united by a common responsibility to serve the people of Jamaica and to advance the interests of the country. This work of the Parliament requires us to give voice to the concerns of those whom we represent, to examine the actions and proposals of government carefully and to contribute meaningfully to the decisions that shape our national life. Our differences are an important part of the process. They should challenge us to examine issues more closely, to listen more carefully, and where possible find common ground in national interests. Members, I hope that we will have a meaningful and remarkably cordial sitting today. May our deliberations be thoughtful, productive, and guided by the interests of the people of Jamaica. Honorable members, today is a special one as we will have several tributes to be announced by the House Leader, but I would like to make special mention of the Peart family who have joined us in the gallery today. Additionally, the Nelson family is also in the Parliament today. The House Leader will indicate the process thereafter in respect of paying various tributes to the members. To the members, former members' family. Clerk, call of the roll.
Mrs. Holness, Mr. Clark, here. Mr. Green, Dr. Holness, Dr. Chang, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Bartlett, Ms. Grange, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Montague, Mr. Vaz, Darrell Vaz, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Robert Morgan, Ms. Marks, Mr. Samuda, Dr. Wheatley, Mrs. Cuthbert Finn, Mr. Terrelong, Mr. Whittle, Mrs. Dalrymple Filbert, Ms. Morrison, Ms. Lee, Mr. Donovan Williams, Mr. Main, Ms. Crawford, Mr. Delroy Williams, Ms. Hamilton, Mr. Sivright, Mr. Azan, Mr. Brown, Mrs. Brown-Burke, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Ms. Burchell, Mr. Campbell, Mr. Cousins, Mr. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Dr. Dawes, Mr. Golding, Mr. Gordon, Mr. Hales, Mr. Hines, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Ms. Jess, Mrs. Malahu Fort, Mrs. Miller Bennett, Mr. Morris, Mrs. Natalie Garvey, Mr. Newell, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Ms. Perkis, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Dr. Russell, Ms. Shaw, Mr. Smith, Dwayne Smith, Mr. Vaz, Dwayne Vaz,
and Mr. Everald Warmington. Clifford Warmington. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to echo your sentiments in welcoming the family members of the Pearts and the Nelsons. I want to make special mention of Dr. Blossom Amelia Nelson and other members of the family, including his sister and grandniece, also Mrs. Vinette Peart, who is here, Dr. Simone Peart Boyce, the daughter, Dr. Kari Peart, son, Dean E. Peart, son, Mrs. Danielle Cameron Duncan, daughter, Ryan Peart, Damian Duncan, Adian Peart, Ashana Peart, Shellyan Peart, Maureen Peart, Paula Peart, Rachel Reed, Lila Peart Bennett, Zion Bennett, Eric Anthony Watson, Rachel Lee Thompson, and several other members of the family. Madam Speaker, we have several matters on the agenda today, but I want us to start by suspending the standing orders and moving into public business, where we will complete the matters related to the mediation bill, and then we'll move immediately into the tributes. Today we have 4 tributes that we'll be doing for Mr. Oswald Harding, OJ, CD, KC, former President of the Senate and former Cabinet Minister, Arthur Nelson, former Member of the Parliament for St. James West Central, Dean Peart, former Cabinet Minister, and finally, Stephen Francis, renowned Jamaican athletics coach. I ask, Madam Speaker, that you move us directly to, Madam Speaker, I ask that you move us directly to public business so we can quickly complete the mediation bill, and then we'll immediately move into the tributes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, House Leader. The question is that we move directly to the item on the agenda, public business. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Members, I have just circulated the last 2 amendments. I hope everybody is in receipt to the mediation bill. House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We'll now move to, as I said earlier, the completion of the mediation bill. Remember, we had completed debate the last time, so we just need to go to the second reading and then committee.
I ask that the mediation bill be moved for second reading.
Question is that the bill be read a second time. Clerk? Members? Members, those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Clerk?
A bill entitled An Act to Establish a Regulatory Framework for the Conduct of Mediation in Jamaica, including community mediation, to provide for the registration of mediators and the licensing and regulation of mediation service providers, to make provisions for facilitated contract negotiation, to give effect to the provisions of the United Nations Convention on International Settlement Agreements resulting from mediation done in New York on the 20th day of December 2018, and to provide for connected matters read a second time.
House Leader.
No. Madam Speaker, you're to put the bill, you're to put the clerk, tell her, no?
The House is now resolved into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause.
Madam Speaker, before you should have put the bill so that we can say yes. The question that the bill should be read a second
We
time.
did that, Minister.
Oh, okay. Very well, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before we proceed with the full bill, there are two amendments. And it was the member from Northeast St. Elizabeth had indicated using the word ordinary. It's on page 4, the third line, and on page 5, on the B, big B, we're using the term ordinary. Leave it at that because... So what you would like to put it there, no? You want to say ordinary resident or present in Jamaica? I don't want to change it because it went to Judith send this. You want to put it then? No? I'm not doing it. No,
Minister, how do you wish to proceed?
The other change, Madam Speaker, is clause 11.
So,
at clause
yes,
11,
yes, opposition leader. So
we'll put after the words $1 million the words or in default of payment of the fine to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 6 months.
So, Minister, would you like us to put
the amendments,
the committee
these
the
amendments,
two
and then we put the whole bill
that you have indicated? So, members, the two amendments circulated, clause 2 as read by the Minister, and clause 11, he would like to put these two amendments. Opposition Leader.
Madam Speaker, there is a process for taking a bill through committee. You put the clause, if there's an amendment, you put the amendment, you vote on the amendment, and then you move on to the next clause. If
All
you
right,
can put
so
clauses in block, but you can't
Leader,
put 2 on the 11.
It's far away.
Okay.
All right,
All
so
right, Madam
Minister,
Speaker, could you put
Minister, take clause 1, which has no amendment, then take the amendment clause, which you have already read, and then we will put it as amended, and then do 3
put
to
clause
10,
3 to 10.
and then we do 11.
3 to
and
10.
Continue. No, so start from 1, Minister.
Well, will you put clause 1, Madam Speaker?
Hold on a minute.
No, Madam Speaker, I know that you are a stickler for the standing orders, and I'm with you. So I want us to observe that as we do this. So in my head, I know that there is a seating procedure, not just the removal of the mace, in terms of that, certainly from the leadership, and also that you are addressed as Madam Chair. So when you are sitting there and we're addressing you as Madam Speaker, for our young people who are looking and listening, we are not and trying to understand how we operate. It is confusing. And I'm just asking for us, as you normally say, I echo today, for us to just follow through.
Thank you,
No,
member. No, because there's no space. That's what I indicated earlier. There was no space. So what we did was, to move to committee and indicate that we are in committee. Ms. Brandon or Mr. When are you leave? Thank you so much, member. Thank you, clerk. Members, so there are two amendments put forward by the minister. Minister will start in committee with clause 1. Minister, are you comfortable with us putting clause 1? Members, I put clause 1 of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Put clause 2, there's one other at page 6 on the B, big B, reference is made to the habitual. So we should change that to ordinary residence of the party. That's the third habitual.
Yes, so you had read that amendment earlier, so...
With the 2 habitually and then a third one on page 6 at big B, put ordinary residence.
Okay. So Minister...
Clause 2, still on clause 2.
No, he's at clause 2 now. So we're at clause 2. So Minister, just for absolute clarity, the members are indicating that they would like you to clearly put what the amendment to clause 2 is first, so that we may vote on accepting or rejecting the amendment before we go to the entire
wonderful,
clause.
wonderful, Madam Speaker. And Chairman, on page 4, small a, third line, instead of habitually, we are going to put ordinary.
Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. The amendment is to the definition of domestic mediation, and in paragraph A of that definition, the word habitually is being removed and the word ordinarily is being substituted therefore. And similarly, in the definition of international settlement agreement, in paragraph B, I think it is, on page 6 of that definition, there's a similar amendment being made. It's actually at the very end of B, where there's a big B, the word habitual is being changed to ordinary. Those are the 2 amendments, right, Minister?
No, there's a third one. Sorry,
there's a third one?
Yes.
In clause 2?
Yes, at page 5. At
okay.
page 5, on the big B. On the big
Same.
B.
On the big B, same.
Of the definition
from
habitual residence.
In the definition of international commercial mediation.
Yes.
At the very bottom of that definition,
Yes.
where there's a big B, a similar amendment, changing habitual to read ordinary.
So the 3 amendments are on page 4.
Madam Chair.
Member from West Central would like to...
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, member from West Central.
The choice between the use of the word habitually and ordinarily. The choice of ordinarily is a better choice. However, I just wish to ask the Minister, ordinarily resident does have a legal meaning, and if the intention is to make mediation services available to people who are in Jamaica, it perhaps would make better sense to simply provide for those who are present in Jamaica without a reference to their residence. Because whether someone is ordinarily resident in Jamaica can be the subject of dispute too. So if the aim is to ensure that those who are present in Jamaica can have resort to the domestic mediation services, then the better definition would simply be to refer to people being present in Jamaica. I ask the Minister to consider.
I think, Madam Speaker, I would like to stick to the ordinary residents, because basically most persons who are present in Jamaica and who would want mediation service are likely to be ordinary resident.
The opposition leader would like to contribute, and then a member from Portland Eastern.
Yeah, the scheme of this seems to be that domestic mediation may apply where the person doesn't just have to be in Jamaica, like a visitor. So they have to be ordinarily resident here in order to have the necessary nexus. I mean, it says domestic mediation means mediation, whether of a commercial nature or otherwise, relating to a dispute arising out of a legal relationship, whether contractual or otherwise, where a party is an individual who is a national of, or, and it would now read, ordinarily resident in Jamaica. And the concept of ordinary residence is really from tax law, but it has a fairly defined meaning, and it's being imported here because of, I think, because of its clarity.
Quite.
Yeah.
But apart from that, Madam Speaker, the fact that a person is present in Jamaica doesn't mean they can't get mediation. You know, in other words, mediation is always possible whether you're present, but the concept here is that persons who want this service, especially from certified mediators, must be ordinarily resident. Okay? So I leave it at that, Madam Speaker.
We have a contribution from Member Buchanan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The ordinary resident is going to prove problematic, and it may a participant may raise jurisdictional issues, and it could very well be that mediation is required for persons who happen to be visiting and is present in Jamaica. The problem we're having, if it remains that way respectfully, is that where persons happen to have conflict that is not necessarily commercial, but is between the two parties, that it would actually restrict them.
The alternative is to put ordinarily resident or present in Jamaica. Okay?
Well,
I mean,
Madam
or
Chairman,
present in Jamaica.
Members, hold a minute.
Yeah,
just allow the committee, the member Buchanan is still making his intervention, after which the opposition leader will make his intervention.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Minister, is a matter for you, but it's just if we tighten the language, it may very well just encompass all of it to say ordinarily present in Jamaica. Because they ordinarily reside in Jamaica is a legal term of art. I'm just raising again that it may, and I will agree with the member from West Central.
So your suggestion is remove ordinary resident and just put presence in Jamaica.
Present in Jamaica, because it certainly, and I don't know if the drafters are here, but it would prevent somebody from raising jurisdictional issues, and persons may say that they have some concerns that it's not for you because you don't ordinarily reside. And there's a time limit to be ordinarily residing in Jamaica.
Okay, with due respect, presence is wider, so we can go with it. So, Madam Speaker,
Minister, the House sounds very like humming almost of talk, like several conversations happening at the same time. So members and Minister, I'm going to ask Minister to allow the opposition leader to make his intervention, after which, Minister, if we are still having this discussion, I would recommend that we move on from clause 2 for now, go through the remainder, and in that time you would do the consultations and come back to clause 2. Somehow the House sounds very noisy though. For those who are watching football, you may leave the committee meeting, you know, because I think we're hearing something else, because I'm looking at members and I'm not really seeing a lot of members talking, and I'm hearing some sounds that literally permeating across the House. So for those who are avid World Cup fans and the mediation bill is not of priority for you, you may leave the House so that we can continue. Opposition Leader.
Madam Chairman, I would caution the Minister not to make that change without getting proper advice from your technical team. There are three definitions here: domestic mediation, international commercial mediation, and international settlement agreements, all of which use the concept of habitual residence, and that is being changed to ordinary residence because of its precision. If you change that to mere presence, that's a very substantial shift. And I don't know in terms of how these phrases are used, they're defined terms. They're used in the bill for specific purposes. And to just cast them aside, so to speak, or to change them so radically without thinking through the implications of it, having taken proper advice on it, would be to me, would be reckless. So I would suggest to you, we don't put it until you've satisfied yourself, having spoken to your technical team, that you want to make such a shift. That's my advice to you, Minister.
Members, as there are no other interventions, I will ask that we hold on clause 2 and we will put clause 3 to 10, which is not of any discrepancy for the House, the committee. Members, I put clauses 3 through 10. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister, could we take a look at the amendment for clause 11? Member Dalrymple Philibert, a moment, please.
Clause 11, Madam Speaker, we are going to add, or in default of payment of the fine, to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 6 months. So put clause 11 as amended, Madam Speaker.
I put the amendment for clause 11, House, as circulated and read by the Minister. Are you okay with that, Opposition Leader? Would you like to intervene?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no problem with that amendment. I have a problem with the fact that we're going through committee for a substantial bill with over 50 clauses, over 60 clauses, 69 plus schedules, and there's no technical team here to provide any kind of technical guidance from legal reform, from the Minister of Justice, or from the Office of Parliamentary Counsel.
All right, Madam Speaker,
how is that happening? Yeah.
Yes, Minister.
Clause 11, could you put it as amended, Madam Speaker?
I put the amendment to clause 11. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 11 as amended. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, can we put the rest of the bill from clause 12 to 69? And then I'll ask for it to be stood down so that I get the technical team here. So we put 12 to 69, Madam Speaker.
Do you have an intervention, Member Brown-Burke?
Madam Chair, because the Minister just spoke about getting the technical team, I'll
I'm going to get the Minister.
Leave it.
I heard you, Minister. I'm going ahead. I put clauses 12 through to 69. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put schedules 1 through 3. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put schedules 4 through 7. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. We will now temporarily adjourn the committee meeting, go back to the House, while the Minister confers with his legal drafters in respect of the amendment for clause 2, and we will then reconvene for committee. Thank you, members. Thank you, Marshall. We are now back in the House. The House sitting resumes. Public business, House Leader.
Madam Speaker, as was said earlier, we will now start our tributes. And the first tribute we will have, based on what is in the list, is for Oswald Harding, OJ, CD, KC, former President of the Senate and former Cabinet Minister. We will start with Deputy Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. Horace Chang. Dr. Chang.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the Government of Jamaica to pay tribute to a distinguished Jamaican whose life was defined by service, intellect, integrity, and unwavering commitment to the institution of democracy. Professor Oswald G. Harding, as a statesman in the truest sense of the word, I confess that I had the privilege of starting my political activism in the constituency ran for the first time East Royal St. Andrew back in the 1976 general election. I met Ozzy then, but his entry into politics was preceded by a long career in the public service. For more than 3 decades, he devoted his talents to the service of this honorable Parliament and to the people of Jamaica. While many public figures are remembered for the offices they held or the political contests they fought, Dr. Harding will be remembered for something far more enduring, his steadfast commitment to the rule of law, constitutional government, and the dignity of Parliament itself. He understood that democracy is not sustained by election alone, but by strong institutions and by men and women who dedicate themselves to protecting those institutions. Throughout his career, whether as lawyer, senator, minister, president of the Senate, educator, or constitutional scholar, he approached public life with discipline, fairness, and unwavering respect for the Constitution. As a lawyer of exceptional ability, Dr. Harding brought to the public life a deep understanding of the Constitution and parliamentary law. His contributions were never guided by the pursuit of political victory, but by determination to strengthen Parliament, uphold the rule of law, and preserve the democratic institutions upon which our nation depends. Dr. Harding's journey in public service began long before he entered the Honorable Parliament. As a young lawyer in Jamaican Foreign Service, he served as the country's first charge d'affaires in Mexico, helping, in fact, to establish Jamaica's diplomatic presence in Latin America at this early stage in our development. At a time when newly independent nation was expecting to expand its voice on the international stage, that early assignment reflected both the confidence placed in his judgment and his willingness to serve wherever the country called. In fact, he had just returned from the United Kingdom, where he had serving in the embassy there, in the High Commission at that time, and they sent him off to Mexico with very short notice. On his return to Jamaica, he continued his service in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs before joining the Attorney General's Department as Crown Counsel, and where he further developed the legal expertise that would define his career. He later entered private practice, establishing what became a highly respected law firm, while also observing a legal counsel, serving as legal counsel life of Jamaica, then newly established financial house in Jamaica. These experiences across diplomacy, public service, and private practice gave him a unique understanding of the law, governance, and national development. His commitment to public service naturally led him into politics. He contested seats in East Royal St. Andrew and later Central Manchester. His greatest contribution to public life would come through the Senate. Appointed to that chamber in 1977, he would go on to become the longest-serving senator in Jamaica's history, serving with distinction for nearly 3 decades in the Senate. His record of public service speaks for itself. He served as president of the Senate on 2 separate occasions, leader of the government business in the Senate, minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Attorney General and Minister of Justice in every role, he approached public office with fairness, discipline, and unwavering respect for the Constitution. Although he was a committed member of the Jamaica Labour Party, he understood that offices he occupied demanded impartiality, restraint, and fidelity to the rule of law. He discharged those responsibilities with distinction, and in doing so, earned the respect of colleagues across the political divide. Within the Jamaica Labour Party, he was a trusted advisor, a strategist, and one of the foremost constitutional minds. His counsel was valued because it was thoughtful, principled, and always guided by the long-term interests of both party and country. Retirement did not mark the end of his service. Instead, he devoted himself to educating the next generation. After earning his doctorate, he became the founding dean of the Faculty of Law at the University of Technology, where he helped establish an institution that continues to shape Jamaica's legal profession. The student remembers him not only for his scholarship, but also his insistence on discipline, ethical conduct, and intellectual rigor. His legacy, therefore, extends far beyond this Parliament. It lives on in the lawyers he trained, institutions he strengthened, and the constitutional principles he defended throughout the distinguished career. Oswald Harding also possessed a deep appreciation for Jamaica's cultural heritage. As an avid collector of Jamaican art, in particular pottery, he understood that nation building depends not only on strong institutions, but also on preserving the history, creativity, and identity that define us as a people. In reflecting upon his life, one is struck by the consistency of his character. Whether serving the government or opposition, in government or in opposition, presiding over the Senate, advising colleagues, teaching students, or contributing to public discourse, he remained guided by the principles rather than expediency. He demonstrated that civility is not weakness, that scholarship has an essential place in public life, and that constitutional democracy depends upon men and women who place institutions above themselves. These are lessons that remain profoundly relevant to me, to us, and to all Jamaica up to this day. On behalf of the government of Jamaica, I extend sincere condolences to his family, his many friends, his former colleagues in this honorable House, the Parliament, Jamaica Labour Party, University of Technology, Jamaica, the legal fraternity, his former students, and all those whose lives were enriched by his wisdom, kindness, and mentorship. Oswald Harding, Professor Dr. Oswald Haskell Harding, a diplomat, successful lawyer, and academic, public servant of distinction, and above all, a father, husband, and a good friend. May they find comfort in the knowledge that this was a life of uncommon purpose and enduring contribution. Jamaica is better because Oswald Harding chose to serve. His voice may not be silent, but his example continues to speak to this Parliament, to the legal profession, and to our nation for a generation to come. May his soul rest in peace, in eternal peace, and may life propel shine.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wish to thank the Deputy Prime Minister for his tribute to the late Oswald Harding. Most of us know him as Ozzy Harding. And he went into some amount of detail on his career, and that was a useful exegesis of the life of the man. I came to know Ozzy Harding when I entered the Senate in 2007. He was, at that time, the president of the Senate. And, I spent a few years watching how he operated as president. I must say, there was never any hint of bias or partisanship in how he administered the Senate. There may have been other issues, but there was never any concern that he was treating one side of the chamber more preferably to the other. And I must say, I took that for granted because that's what I came to experience when I first entered Parliament. You know, and I realized subsequently that that was actually something we shouldn't be taken for granted. And actually represented our democratic traditions being practiced at its highest form, its most superior form. So I want to acknowledge him for that. I knew him also as an attorney at law. In the practice of law, I had matters with his firm, O.G. Harding and Company. He was always a gentleman in dealing with any matters that we had. He was an old school guy, Ozzy Harding. You know, definitely old school. He was a man of ideas. He liked intellectual discussions. And I believe he went on in academia to teach philosophy. He taught some of us in here, the member for St. James South, was his student. And I think that's a very noteworthy aspect of his career. And as you said, Member Minister Chang, he was a foundational inspiration behind the establishment of the Faculty of Law at the University of Technology. And that was somewhat controversial because the existing arrangements for legal education in Jamaica were predicated upon the law school access, which was automatic, essentially, for University of the West Indies graduates. And UTech established a Faculty of Law, but the arrangements for what happened to their students after they graduate had not really been settled. And in fact, that remains an outstanding issue and has been for a long time. And I hope that some arrangement can be carved out to settle those issues once and for all, in memory of Ozzy Harding and the work he did in establishing that Faculty of Law. I know some of our members, at least one, knew him from a more personal family side of life, and we'll speak to that. I didn't really have that type of relationship with him. My relationship with him was as a young parliamentarian, relatively at the time, to somebody who had been in the parliament for decades already, was really nearing the end of his parliamentary life as president of the Senate, and somebody who, when I was practicing law actively, he was a senior practitioner, but it was always a pleasure to deal with him because the interpersonal relations were conducted with due respect and in the best traditions of how the legal profession ought to operate. So I want to join in your expressions of sympathies and condolences to his family, his widow, and children. And may his soul rest in peace. Ozzy Harding, a fine Jamaican legislator, parliamentarian.
I think next is Minister Bartlett, member from St. James, East Central.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today with a deep sense of respect and gratitude to pay tribute to one of Jamaica's most distinguished parliamentarians, legal minds and public servant, the Honorable Professor Oswald Gaskell Harding, OJ, PhD, QC, I think now KC, and of course a notary public, one of the very special breed in the legal profession. His passing marks the end of an extraordinary chapter in Jamaica's democratic history, but his legacy will continue to inspire generations of legislators, jurists, scholars, and others who have committed their years to public service. Madam Speaker, this tribute is also deeply personal for me. Professor Harding and I entered national politics around the same period during the mid-70s, a notably turbulent time in our nation's political history. Over the decades, I had the privilege of watching him serve this nation with uncommon dignity, remarkable intellect, and unwavering commitment. Between 1993 and 97, we served together in this honorable house through the Senate, where I came to appreciate even more fully his calm temperament, his mastery of parliamentary procedure and parliamentary craft, and his profound respect for democratic institutions. And I wish that we could pattern today some of those attributes that I just enumerated. We served again, Madam Speaker, in the Cabinet under the Most Honorable Edward Seaga from 1984 to 89, where he was first Attorney General and then Minister of Justice, and I was Minister of Youth, Sports and Community Development. Professor Harding's parliamentary career was nothing short of historic. First appointed to the Senate in 1977, he went on to become Jamaica's longest-serving senator, serving continuously for 25 years before returning to preside once again over the upper house during my first term as tourism minister. His distinction as the only individual to serve 2 consecutive terms as president of the Senate speaks volume about the confidence successive administration placed in his judgment, fairness, and statesmanship. Whether presiding over spirited debates, safeguarding the integrity of parliamentary procedures, or guiding the passage of significant legislation, Professor Harding consistently demonstrated that strength in leadership is often expressed through patience, balance, and respect for differing views. He understood that Parliament is at its best when debate is principled, informed, and conducted with mutual respect. His contribution extended well beyond this chamber. As Attorney General and later Minister of Justice, Professor Harding brought exceptional legal scholarship and constitutional expertise to the service of Jamaica. His counsel helped shape important legislative reforms while strengthening the institutions upon which our democracy depends. What perhaps, Madam Speaker, distinguishes Professor Harding most was his intellectual courage. He was never afraid to engage in difficult national conversations or to challenge conventional thinking where principle demanded it. Whether advocating for human rights, encouraging thoughtful legal reform, or speaking on issues of governance and justice, he consistently approached public policy from the standpoint of reason, scholarship, and long-term interests of Jamaica. For after retiring from active politics, Madam Speaker, Professor Harding committed to nation building, and that commitment was never diminished. Instead of devoting himself to nurturing the next generation of his own family, for example, he spent great time in building the legal professional at the University of Technology. And the leader of the opposition spoke very warmly about that involvement and quite correctly suggests that in his honor we should rectify those anomalies which now exist in that area. So, Madam Speaker, as Dean of the Faculty of Law and Professor of Law and Philosophy, he helped build an institution whose impact will continue to be felt throughout Jamaica's legal fraternity for decades to come. His transition from legislator to educator reflected his lifelong belief, which I passionately share, that knowledge carries with it an obligation to mentor, guide, and prepare those who follow. Madam Speaker, Professor Harding also understood something fundamental about public service, that positions may be temporary, but character is enduring. Throughout his distinguished career, he conducted himself with humility, discipline, intellectual rigor, and impeccable integrity. He demonstrated that public life is not a platform for personal advancement, but a sacred trust to serve the people of Jamaica faithfully. His life reminds us, who serve in this honorable house, that our greatest legacy will not be measured simply by the offices we hold, but by the institutions we strengthen, the values we uphold, and the people we inspire through our example. Today, we honor not only an accomplished attorney, parliamentarian, and educator, but a true patriot whose contribution helped shape Jamaica's constitutional, legal, and democratic development. His record of service stands as a benchmark of excellence and dedication to Jamaica. But, Madam Speaker, his was not only a life of political leadership and jurisprudential guidance. He was a lover of the arts, a patron, in fact, of the arts. And he dedicated himself also to art collection. His home, Madam Speaker, was a gallery of Jamaican stories. He collected art not for status, but so that young people could see in themselves our culture. He also loved gastronomy. Wine and cheese were his passion. He believed that good conversation, good food, and good wines were part of a civilized life. A very sophisticated Ozzy Harding, we used to call him, and you would hear us rounding up our mouths from time to time as we try to quote Oswald Harding. He would host friends and colleagues, and the tables would be thoughtfully arranged as legal briefs, with the right wine, the right cheese, and the right company. And at his side, Madam Speaker, through it all was Marigold, his beloved wife and an accomplished florist herself. Madam Speaker, he brought the framework of law, while she brought the flowers to the table. And that was the totality of the man: intellect, culture, taste, and civility. All, Madam Speaker, in one. Above all, Ozzy Harding was a family man and a gentleman. Courageous, measured. Indeed, he made politics personal. And we saw it every time, as the member from St. Andrew South would indicate, that even after the most heated debate, Ozzy would find time to shake hands and says, the debate was a debate, but we remain friends and part of the process together. So, Madam Speaker, even though Ozzy was never elected a member of this House, he served the elected people of Jamaica with all his intellect, all his integrity, and all his heart. He leaves us an example that scholarship must be married to service, that law must be married to culture, and that public life must be guided by principle and seasoned grace. To Marigold and the boys and the girls and the family overall and the grandchildren, on behalf of this honorable House, I extend our deepest condolences. May the soul of Dr. the Honorable Oswald Gastel Harding rest in peace, and may his lifelong commitment to law, justice, the arts, and the good things of life continue to guide this House and our nation. May his soul rest in peace and light perpetual shine on him.
Thank you. Next tribute will come from the member from St. Andrew, I think he's St. Andrew Southeast.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
After St. Andrew Southeast will be St. Catherine Minister, St. Catherine Central.
Madam Speaker, I met, and I still refer to him as Senator Harding, maybe 4 decades ago. His son and I played cricket at Campion College, and so I met him as one of those very supportive fathers who always came to every single cricket game, came to training, and was somebody committed to the development of, in this case, his son, but his entire family. He was a family man. And after that, I've had different interactions with him. And as a member from East Central, St. James said, what stood out for someone who served the Labour Party for maybe 5 or 6 decades, he was absolutely non-tribal. He was absolutely someone who was a nationalist at heart, committed to the development of his country, someone who believed in fairness, was urbane, was a gentleman to the core, and quite frankly, an example of how we should practice politics. To defend your positions, stand on points of principle, but at the end of the day, maintain very civil and cordial relationships. And as such, I want to pay tribute to the example that he has set for many of us and the way in which he has conducted himself both as a senator, but as an individual and as a person overall. And I think the country has benefited from the type of person he has been, and certainly we should aspire to practice politics in the way that he did. May his soul rest in peace, and I offer my own condolences to his wife, the children, the grandchildren, and all of those who would have interacted with him. Thank you.
Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to join my colleagues in paying respect to the life and contribution of the Honorable Oswald Harding, OJ, CD, KC, and the late former President of the Senate. He was first appointed in 1977, served continuously until 2002. Then he rejoined the Senate in 2007 until his retirement in 2011. His first period as a senator was the longest continuous tenure in the Senate's history. Madam Speaker, Oswald Harding served as Senate President for 2 consecutive terms, and I had the pleasure of serving in the Senate under his leadership as a young senator, and I benefited greatly from his leadership and his counsel. Ozzy was a very approachable person who was quick to dispatch advice. He was always willing to say, now, listen here, this is what you should do, and this is how you should do it. And his commitment to upholding the highest standards of legislative integrity ensured that debates in the Senate remained focused rather than partisan maneuvering taking place. Beyond his procedural mastery, he possessed a rare ability to bridge political divide, often acting as a stabilizing force during periods of intense national transition. And we had those intense periods. Oswald's passing leaves a void in the political landscape. Yet the precedents he established and the culture of mutual respect he fostered within the Senate remain as a blueprint for future generations of public servants. The Jamaican Parliament has been left better for his service. Now, I want to share something which his widow, Marigold, shared with me. Ozzy Harding was an art collector. Marigold says Ozzy built something truly remarkable over his lifetime. What became known as the Hardingham Collection grew into the largest private collection of ceramics in the Caribbean, with over 3,000 pieces spanning dozens of countries and featuring some of the most celebrated ceramists in the world. He held the largest collection of Cecil Ball's work in Jamaica, and we believe possibly anywhere in the world. And even his teapot, Madam Speaker, his teapot collection alone is unmatched on the island. He was a scholar of anthropology, so his love for clay ran deep. He made a few pieces himself in the early days, though he would never have called himself a potter. The collection was shared publicly through 3 exhibitions over the years. The first focused on teapots, followed by second pouring, and then plates and platters at the Frame Center Gallery. Madam Speaker, what Ozzy always said, and said very clearly, was that he wanted the majority of this collection donated to the Jamaican people. He felt strongly that the work of our greatest artists belonged in a place like the new Parliament building, where it could be properly appreciated, free of charge, by Jamaicans and visitors from around the world. That was Ozzy Harding's wish, and it remains very important to his family that it is honored. What I can say today, Marigold, as your Minister of Culture, and on behalf of the government, we will work with you to make it happen. Now, as I close, I want to say, in my eyes, and in the eyes of most who knew Ozzy, he was proper, well-spoken, classy, and we would say prim and proper. But he always said, Babsy, I want to remind you that is not just you and Desmond come from West Kingston. I come from West Kingston too. And I've always said to myself that West Kingston has been a melting pot and a source of richness to Jamaica. We have given the world, through all the artists who have come out of the belt of West Kingston, Trenchtown, downtown, we have given the world a music. And in Ozzy Harding, we gave the world a man who was well-learned, well-respected, and who served Jamaica with passion. I want to just say to Marigold, Zachary, Jeremy, and the rest of the family that our thoughts and prayers are with you, and that may the angels of comfort surround the family at this difficult time, and remember that we're here to give you all the support you need. May God rest his soul. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Next is Minister Charles, the member from Clarendon Southeast.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have known or knew Oswald Harding all of my life. Can't remember not knowing him. Our families intersected clearly as one of my father's contemporaries. And I just wanted to take the opportunity on behalf of all of the students, young professionals, and others that have been impacted by him to say thank you to him and to his family. Mr. Harding was always kind. He conducted himself, walked in a way that gave no room to any suggestion that he had anything less than excellence in everything that he did, whether it is as an exceptional legislator, attorney, teacher, administrator. He was really an example for many who had the chance to speak to him. Even before getting into law, I remember talking to Mr. Harding, and he was always a motivator. And when I finished law school, I remember as a young attorney then, clerk of court and criminal prosecutor, that he would take the time in any interaction. He had the time to really sit down and give sound advice. I remember that also he was one of the persons held in high regard by his contemporaries. And I recall him being defined as someone who could cut through the chaos and always stick to the law. He had that ability to rise above all that was going on in the room. To his family, to Mrs. Harding, which we all know, and to his children, who I've had the opportunity to grow up with, I want to really wish them strength in this very difficult time. And we pray that his soul rest in eternal peace.
The member from St. James, West Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the interest of time, Madam Speaker, I simply put on record my condolences to the Harding family and to acknowledge the work that Professor Harding has done, as said by all others who have spoken well. When I first came into political service, he was the president of the Senate, and I do recall him with fondness. He has served his country well. May his soul rest in peace, and may his family find comfort in the contributions he has made.
Hold a moment, House.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for those, and thanks to the members who have offered tributes to Mr. Harding. I am aware also that he did have some interaction with the constituency of which you now are the Member of Parliament, and I know that there are many members of that constituency who have also expressed their condolences to his family and to his friends. Madam Speaker, we now will move to the other tributes. We have Mr. Arthur Nelson, who is a former Member of Parliament for St. James West. I know his family is here. Mr. Dean Peart, former Cabinet Minister, and Mr. Stephen Francis. I want to also ask members, there are some members who will give individual tributes, but other members may wish to also join their tribute so that we can be very efficient in the use of parliamentary time. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, we can start off with Mr. Nelson.
Members, the question is, what do we mean when the House Leader said join? He's saying some members may want to give tribute on only one individual. So when you stand, you do that person and sit. If two, then you do both. And if three, you do. So you call the name You're right. So say when you stand up, call the name of the person you're giving a tribute about, and then their tribute, and then you could move to the next and the next. And then when you sit, that would be the end of your tribute contribution. Thank you, members. The opposition leader, would you like to go first, opposition leader?
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Given the way we're proceeding, I will attempt to speak on the three persons who we are giving tributes to today, having completed the tributes for former Senator Oswald Harding. And I begin with a tribute to the late Arthur Nelson. Madam Speaker, I wish to give words of tribute to a distinguished son of Jamaica, a former Member of Parliament for West Central St. James, Mr. Arthur Nelson, whose passing marks the end of a life defined by integrity, humility, and devoted public service. Arthur Nelson belonged to a generation of public servants who understood that elected office was not a privilege to be enjoyed, but a responsibility to be faithfully discharged. He served the people of West Central St. James with determination and unwavering commitment, earning their trust through his genuine advocacy for their welfare. Before entering representational politics, Arthur had already established himself as a respected and leading civil engineer, bringing his professional expertise to the service of national development. He served on the Advisory Planning Committee for the Town and Country Planning Act and contributed to the development of other legislation as well. In 2015, he was awarded the Order of Distinction, Officer Class, for his outstanding contribution to the fields of politics and engineering. And throughout his career, whether as an engineer or a parliamentarian, Arthur Nelson was guided by competence, discipline, and an unshakable sense of duty. Those who knew Arthur often spoke not first of his achievements, but of his character. He was humble, modest, and unassuming. He never sought the spotlight or personal acclaim. And indeed, it is said, Madam Speaker, I didn't witness this personally, but I heard this, that he used to attend Parliament when he was an MP by bus. He used to take public transport to come to Parliament. And that, I think, is an indication of, mind you, the bus system in those days was, of course, better than it is now under the current leader of that ministry. But nevertheless, it is a remarkable thing to consider. Arthur Nelson understood that leadership is measured by how faithfully one serves. How faithfully one serves. His colleagues recall a man of strength, thoughtful judgment, and unwavering principles. He conducted himself with dignity and respect, contributing to our parliamentary democracy in a manner that elevated public life. After leaving this honorable house, Arthur remained committed to national development and continued to support our political movement to build a more just and equitable Jamaica. And I want to say that I knew him personally, not really through politics originally, but his sons were contemporaries of mine. We had mutual friends from the Mona campus, and I remember going down to, in those days, watch Reggae Sunsplash in Montego Bay, and I would find myself to the Nelson's residence for some refreshment and fellowship. other things. And I met him then. And then later on, after he had retired now from the politics, and we were in the West campaigning, ultimately with great success, I must say, he would play a role in hosting us. He had a property, which was a lovely property by the water, but where there was ample green space and trees, and also buildings where one could refresh oneself, and he would host our meetings there, and of course he never charged for that. So, I have fond memories of Arthur Nelson, and indeed, Mrs. Nelson, his widow, is somebody who I've been in regular contact with, and she too has always been a stalwart supporter, and I want to pay tribute to her as well in this presentation. So on behalf of the parliamentary opposition, I must extend deep condolences to the family, friends, former constituents, and all who mourn the passing of Arthur Nelson. We thank them for sharing him with our nation and for supporting his years of public service. May his soul rest in eternal peace, and may his legacy continue to inspire all who answer the call to serve Jamaica. Madam Speaker, I turn to Dean Alexander Peart. Now, Deanie Peart, a son of Manchester, a son of a prominent and successful political family, son of Ernest Peart, former MP, brother of Michael Peart, former MP, former Speaker of this House. Deanie Peart was a colorful politician. He was really a unique personality, a son of the soil. They would say nowadays, one Deanie, never two. His use of the language was itself a regular cause of mirth and joy for those listening. Sometimes a few choice words interspersed those communications, when necessary and appropriate, I would add. But he was a loving person, and he was a formidable political operator. He won the seat of Northwest Manchester, I think, 5 times, and never lost it, as far as I know. And he also was a key organizer in his brother's seat in South Manchester, because I don't think Mikey Peart's political energies were quite at the level of Deanie's. And so Deanie took on the responsibility of making sure that Mikey was all right as well, and he did that with great success. I remember when there was a changing of the guard in Northwest Manchester, and the current MP was being introduced. And Deanie was very much part of that transition, of course, and did his very best to make it seamless. And it was seamless. And the victories for the People's National Party have continued ever since. Deanie served in government as a Minister of State and as a minister in several portfolios. I believe local government was one. I believe Labor and Social Security was another. I think environment, works, yes. He was a practical person, Deanie. He got things done, and he was looking for practical solutions to real problems. That was his approach. Impeccable integrity was his hallmark. You could never question that. If you ever tried, you'd get an earful of the choicest words. And he was mayor of Mandeville. That's before my time. Yes. And, that just shows, the depth and experience of Dean Alexander Peart. He was a friend, somebody I got along well with. And, of course, as in his later years, where he was battling illness, it was tough. But, we tried to stay in contact. And it was a very sad day when I got a message from his very good friend, the former Custos of Clarendon, Billy Shaguri, to tell me that Dini had passed that morning. I want to express my sympathies to his wife, Vinette, his daughters and sons, and many family members who are here. You have lost a great patriot, a great stalwart of our political movement, but more so a great Jamaican, son of the soil. May his soul rest in peace and power, and light perpetually shine upon the great Dean Alexander Pearce. And since this is the only opportunity I will get to speak on these tributes, I will say a few words in honor of the late Stephen Francis. Now, Stephen Francis is a pioneer. He is an innovator. He took Jamaican track and field, not single-handedly, but as one of a very few core entrepreneur sportsmen, technicians, who saw the opportunity of honing Jamaican talent in track and field right here at home. Previous to that, the general approach was try and win a track scholarship to go and learn the next level of track and field at a college, usually in the United States of America, and end up with a foreign coach, and that would be who guided you through the rest of your career. And Jamaica did remarkably well with that model. But when MVP was formed by Stephen Francis and his colleagues, and they determined through the partnership with the University of Technology that they were going to offer the highest quality of training and conditioning of our athletes. Not just sprinters, though, obviously many sprinters, great sprinters, passed through his hand. I don't even want to attempt to list them, but I know Shelley and Fraser Price was one, Asafa Powell was another, and of course, I believe our daughter from Banana Ground, Elaine Thompson's a third. I mean, in the pantheon of sprinters, those are iconic names. And if you look at the number of medals and champions that have been produced, not in any first world environment, but right here in Jamaica, through the innovative techniques employed by Stephen Francis. And of course, one would have to recognize there are other great coaches, but this is Stephen Francis' day. And it's a remarkable achievement. And he did it, no doubt, with relatively limited resources. I mean, I've seen footage of how the coaching was conducted. And a lot of the time, you see man run, pulling a tire with a string, a rope tied around them waist, you know, just to put some additional. These are not things perhaps you would see if you were in Los Angeles or, you know, some first world country. But they were designed to achieve the objective, and they do, and they did, and they do achieve the objective of fostering greatness. And Jamaica has become the sprinting powerhouse of the world. And I dare say, you know, we take it for granted because we are so accustomed to the levels of success that we have. But we shouldn't. We shouldn't take it for granted because it didn't just happen. It wasn't happenstance. It is a result of the genius of Stephen Francis and his ilk. The innovativeness, their determination to build excellence here in Jamaica. And I believe that approach is a fine example of how we should be looking to build Jamaica, how we should approach national development, where we use our ingenuity and our energy to hone the talents, the God-given talents, where we have a competitive advantage over others. And through that approach, using our cultural and natural abilities and capacities, we become world beaters. So respect you, Frano, Stephen Francis. You have been you've left a great legacy for Jamaica in sports, yes, but in national development as well. It's an honor to pay a tribute to these three wonderful gentlemen. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Next will be the Minister and member from Kingston Western.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to join in the tributes being paid this afternoon. I never met the Member of Parliament from St. James, but as a former parliamentarian, I think it is worthy to express my condolences on his passing. Stephen Francis, Madam Speaker, I will remember him for being the man who dispelled all the myths that you can't train homegrown talent to be a success here in Jamaica. And Bridget Foster Hilton created history when she became the first Jamaican to win a medal in the field events in the 100 meters hurdle, and it speaks to the level of the man, Stephen Francis. Madam Speaker, I rise, though, to pay tribute to someone who I have had the pleasure of knowing for more than 40 years, Madam Speaker. I met Dean Peart through the Most Honorable Edward Seaga back in the early 70s in Manchester. There is a school of thought, and Mr. Seaga mentioned that there is some family relationship with the Peart family. But Madam Speaker, Dean Peart for me is someone that it is difficult to find words to describe Deanie. He would say, Vinette, you see worthless boy Desmond. Eh? Oh, boy, I mean, come here, man. Come sit down, cock up your foot and have a drink or something like that. Deanie was genuine. And I want to say, Madam Speaker, in all of the years, in the heat and the battle of the political campaign, I can never recall hearing Dean Peart on a political platform or in this parliament speaking anything derogatory about any member of any member. He was respectful, Madam Speaker. Deanie, for me, Madam Speaker, represented a breed of country politicians who came, saw, and conquered. He created his own image. He made his name by doing things, Madam Speaker, and doing the right things, Madam Speaker. There are ministers of local government from the 1944 coming right down to the present, Madam Speaker. And I would say without fear of contradiction that Dean Peart was one of the finest ministers of local government that this country has seen. And ask me why I say that, Madam Speaker. He spent his early years as mayor of Mandeville, following in the footsteps of probably one of the most iconic mayors of that time, the late Cecil Charlton. And to following the footsteps of Cecil Charlton means that you must possess something that is worthy. And he did a good job, Madam Speaker. When I became Mayor of Kingston in 2003, I had the pleasure of working with Minister Peart at the time. And you know, some of the things I remember him about is the respect that he gave to the office of Mayor of Kingston. The engagements that we had on many occasions and issues are pertinent to the success of local government. And one of the reasons, Madam Speaker, why I was able during my tenure to bring some level of order to the buildings that were being erected across the city. And there was one on South Avenue that was built almost in the middle of the road. And the present Member of Parliament would know that building on South Avenue. And Madam Speaker, as Mayor, we took a decision that that building cannot remain in the road because it is interfering with the road reservation and something had to be done about the building. And we issued a notice to demolish the building. And the gentleman took us to court. The matter went to the Privy Council. And the Privy Council ruled that the decision of the KSAC then at the time was the right decision. And Madam Speaker, Minister Peart at the time had responsibility for planning. So in order to effectively undertake the demolition of the building, I needed the signature of the minister with responsibility for planning. And in the discussions with Minister Peart, he did not hesitate. And we were able to demolish that building, and the late former Minister of Housing, Eastern Douglas, was very supportive of that decision. And there have been several other buildings in the corporate area that during his tenure as Minister of Local Government, we were able to demolish and to bring some level of decency to the city of Kingston as it relates to how buildings were erected. Madam Speaker, I remember during the election campaign in 2007 or thereabout, I was coming in from the country, and there was a major accident on the highway. And when I drove past, somebody called me and said, "Look, you passed an accident on the road. It's Dean Peart." And I had to go all the way back, turn around to get back where the accident took place. When I went there, the vehicle was, the 4 tires was up in the air. And Dean was there, and I went over and I said, "What happened?" And he said, "Boy, old man, boy, vehicle turn over, but at least me have life." And I stayed with Dean Peart. And the good thing about it, the labor rights was coming in from the country, and they saw what was happening, and everybody stopped. And they gave support to Dean Peart. Madam Speaker, he was an outstanding Jamaican, Madam Speaker. And when I became Minister of Local Government, he would call me and he would offer advice, Madam Speaker. And his wife, Vinette, is someone who, she was a part of an organization that used to keep parties, functions. And every party that was held, I had the privilege of playing the music. And you know, sometimes he would call me on my radio program and say, "Oh, where you get them the fufu recorder from, man?" Play a record where people know, man. Play something sensible. That was the kind of person that Dean Peart was, Madam Speaker. And I think this country has lost an outstanding public servant, Madam Speaker. And I believe that we owe it to Dean Peart, not just to talk about his contribution as a member of parliament. When you look at the legacy of the family, his father, his brother. You know, Madam Speaker, when I first came into this chamber, Michael Peart was the speaker. And there was an issue that I wanted to speak on. And the speaker said, he's not going to allow me to speak. And I said, why? He said, no, I'm not going to allow you to speak. So I had the opportunity on the Sunday at a year accounts meeting to speak. And I spoke at the year accounts meeting about what I wanted to speak. I got a call from Speaker Peart on the Monday to say, no, listen, you said something on Sunday. And when you come to Parliament on Tuesday, I am going to ask you, before we start the business, to apologize. I said, no way. The records of the Parliament didn't have me saying anything, and you won't get me to apologize. When I came in the Tuesday, he sent and called me, and he said, look, you need to do it. I said, no. Spoke to House Leader Derek Smith and the leader. And then after some discussions, I came in and I apologize, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Peart family's contribution to Jamaica's growth and development should not be crowded in politics, Madam Speaker. And I'm very passionate about it because here is a man who would call you and talk to you and offer advice, suggestions to you. And my wife Marcia and I and Vinette, we used to meet regularly with Deanie. Used to go to the country where parties was being held, and I used to play. Dean Peart, outside of being a member of the PNP, was somebody I had immense respect for, and he, in return, respected me and my family. Today, I want to say to his family, especially to his wife in it, that you have lost a husband, you have lost a friend, but Jamaica has lost an outstanding public servant. We should not only use the Parliament to pay tribute to him today, and after we finish, we move on. Something should be done. Dean Peart has made his mark in this country, and I believe he deserves, Madam Speaker. So I want to express my personal condolences and that of my wife Marcia and all of us in the local government fraternity. And I know I speak on behalf of both sides of the political divide when I say Dean Peart was an outstanding Jamaican. May his soul rest in peace.
Next is the member from St. James South, and then the member from Manchester Northwest. You'll have to turn to your mic, member, otherwise I'll have to go through the process with everyone. So the indication that person should not turn on their mic until they're recognized continues to resonate. It's deliberately on because there are others that are on for members who will speak after. So if you want to speak from 2 mics at the same time, you'd have to turn on both of them at the same time, because members not waiting until they're recognized by the speaker, turning on their mics, mean that the system goes one by one in the order you turned your mic on. Member, you may begin.
Madam Speaker, Scripture reminds us in John 4:44 that a prophet has no honor in his own country. Today I rise from Arthur Nelson's country. I rise as a daughter of St. James, the same soil that shaped Arthur Nelson, the same parish that knew him, the same communities that witnessed his service, and the same people whose lives were touched by his work. Perhaps that is why I feel a special responsibility today. Because if Scripture warns us that those closest to us sometimes fail to honor their own, then let it never be said that St. James failed to honor Arthur Nelson in this house. As the only PNP member currently representing the people of St. James in this honorable house, I am humbled to stand on behalf of his country, St. James, to give one of our own his flowers. This is not Camelot, Madam Speaker, but on behalf of St. James, I hail our King Arthur. I hail him not because he wore a crown, but because he wore the confidence of his people with dignity. Kings are remembered for the kingdoms they built. Arthur Nelson should be remembered for the communities he strengthened. That is the legacy I wish to honor today. Madam Speaker, much has rightly been said about Arthur Nelson's accomplishments, his years of service, and the many tangible contributions he made to St. James and to Jamaica. Those achievements deserve to be remembered and celebrated. As O. Dave Allen of West Central St. James so thoughtfully catalogued in a brief prepared for me today, Arthur Nelson's record of service is both extensive and impactful. But if I may, I wish to spend my 3 minutes reflecting not simply on what Arthur Nelson did, but on what his life meant. Because long after offices are vacated, projects are completed, and titles are laid aside, it is the meaning a life that endures afterwards. Like many Jamaicans of my generation, I grew up hearing about Arthur Nelson long before I ever had the privilege of meeting him. I've also been told of his humility. As Mark Goldin, the member from South St. Andrew said earlier, an MP from the West who diligently took the bus to Kingston, traveling alongside everyday Jamaicans. What better way to understand the Jamaican spirit and needs than among the people themselves? That humility was reflected in the work he was able to do. Over the last few years, however, I had the pleasure of seeing him and Mistress Barbara Nelson at our constituency conferences and party events. It always brought me joy to see someone who had already given so much to public life still finding joy in the party, in the comrades, and among the people he loved. I also admired the legend from afar, and I was grateful to meet the gentleman behind the legend. For those of us who represent St. James, Arthur Nelson's legacy reaches far beyond the boundaries of West Central. He belonged to all of us in Western Jamaica. He served during a defining period in our region's development when Montego Bay and Western Jamaica experienced unprecedented investment in roads, housing, water systems, sewage, sports facilities, schools, community infrastructure, the glory days which have left us behind. Those investments helped shape the Montego Bay we know today and strengthened the foundation upon which Jamaica's second city proudly stands. But if we remember only what Arthur Nelson built, we will have honored his work. If we understand why he built, then we will have honored his legacy. Because roads are never just roads. Water is never just water. Housing is never just housing. Development is just never only concrete. It is dignity. It tells a farmer he can get his produce to market. It tells a child that her future is worth investing in. It tells a family that where they live should never determine the opportunities they receive. That, Madam Speaker, is what Arthur Nelson understood. Arthur Nelson belonged to a generation of leaders who helped ensure that Western Jamaica was never treated as the edge of the island, but as an essential part of Jamaica's future. Because of leaders like him, St. James does not simply carry the title of Jamaica's second city. We earned it. Every generation of public representatives serves under different circumstances. The challenges are different, the expectations are different, the methods may be different, but the responsibility remains the same: to stand for our people, to widen opportunity, to strengthen our communities, and to leave Jamaica better than we found it. That is the inheritance Arthur Nelson leaves to those of us who now have the privilege of serving in this honorable house. Today, we also honor the man beyond the MP, to Mistress Nelson, to Mark, to Andrea, to Sean, to Blossom, to his nieces, nephews, relatives, and to the entire Nelson family. Thank you for sharing him with St. James, with the PNP, and with Jamaica. Madam Speaker, there is a saying that we should give people their flowers while they are here. Today, although we mourn his passing, we also give Arthur Nelson the honor that is his due. As a girl from St. James, it has been one of the greatest privileges of my public life so far to stand in this honorable house and to, on behalf of this country, say thank you and hail King Arthur. Thank you.
Members, turn your mic off. No, the member who just spoke only. So members, could you turn your mics up so that we are able to see all the individuals who did not follow the ruling and have turned their mic on, causing us not to be in a position to allow any alterations. Now that you have all shown yourself, I will have documented all the members who wish to speak. Your mics will be turned on one by one. We will not turn them off, nor will we have any round robin. If your mic is not yet on, it means you will not be speaking. So, thank you. Keep your mic up, member from St. Mary Central. Just keep them up, right? So I want to make sure that we don't miss anyone. That's what we're doing. Oh, no, I don't want to say. You know, we're member from St. Mary, you know who you are, not calling the individual. All right, so we have those up from perfect. I can see those. And yes, so you're the last person. Yes, no, I will tell you, Minister Tufton, do not turn off because this is it. Thank you. So it will be Member Tufton, you would be the last person to speak, and then House Leader, we close. So the members are not in order, but based on those who have indicated by show of mic. The members are St. Mary Southeast, the member from East and Port Royal, the member from St. Andrew Southeastern. Already recognized was the member from Manchester Northwest. I'm seeing St. Catherine Northwest, Westmoreland Central. Is that, Gordon, is that your mic or someone beside you? The member from St. Andrew East Central, the members from St. Catherine Eastern and St. Catherine Southern. Have I recognized all the members on the opposition side? And the member from Clarendon Northern. So that would be those I'm seeing on the opposition side. And then on the government side, I'm seeing the member from St. Catherine Central, the member from Clarendon Southeast. I'm seeing the member from St. James West Central and the member from, last but not least, the member from St. Catherine West Central. He would be the last. Thank you, members. You may continue with your contribution, after which the House Leader will take to his feet. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I seek your permission to speak from a seat other than my own.
Granted.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my own family, the family of Northwest Manchester, I'd like to just recognize the widow of Dean Peart, Mrs. Vinette Peart, and the Peart family. I also want to just recognize one of my own councillors, Ryan Peart, who is also a cousin to Dean Alexander Peart. And also to the family of Arthur Nelson. Dean Peart had a genuine love for people and politics. His love for politics further sharpened by being with his older brother, Michael, who had one of the sharpest political minds in Jamaica. They campaigned in Manchester as double trouble when Michael entered representational politics. The story has been told that Dean had no social life outside of politics, and being with his people was what he desired. On weekends, when others were going to beach party and other events, Dean would put on his shorts and simply drive around the constituency of Northwest Manchester, stopping at any home with farmers in their fields or at the shops or on the corner, just checking on who he called his people. Dean Peart ran and lost as councillor in 1981 in the wipeout after the 1980 election, and immediately started to rebuild the political organization, himself and Michael Peart, not only in Northwest Manchester, but in the parish of Manchester and St. Elizabeth and other adjoining parishes. By 1982, the political foundation of the constituency and the parish by extension was rebuilt with appropriate recruitment of young comrades and others within the political organization. He extended his reach across Manchester, and with his ride and die, his brother Michael helped to rebuild the divisional and political organization, as I said before, resulting in the PMP winning 14 of 15 divisions in 1986 local government election. He then became mayor and remained committed to his style of politics. As the member from West Kingston spoke about his tenure as mayor and as minister of local government. The towns of the parish became his office, dragging along the parish council staff, listening, identifying problems, and engineering solutions. It was under his watch that he created what still remains known as the Other Towns allocation, where today with 15 divisions within the parish of Manchester. The money is shared in 16 parts so that major towns can receive some special incentive treatment. Dean Peart was a political animal, but he was not a tribalist. He liked to share his ideas, and he never held a grudge. But believe me, if he did grudge you, if he did have that grudge, him cut you off permanently. Yeah, man. In the early 1990s, Deanie got a lovely community center, I was told, built. And a special guest at the opening was Cliff Stone, then MP for Northwest Clarendon. And when people said that he was not political, I mean, knowing Deanie, his best friend was William Shaguri, who was Custos of Clarendon. That was his party. Never left out each other. Deanie's work in the constituency was legendary. Consistent and non-partisan. Representation was his mantra. And he was rewarded by the people with 5 consecutive terms, from 1989 to 2011. But when we speak about that he was non-partisan, I was told a story that in a JLP stronghold in the constituency, Breeze Hole, where PMP would get probably 2 or 3 votes during that time. The road was in very bad condition, and Deanie decided to do some repairs on the road. It was the residents who told him that they didn't want him to repair the road. They didn't want a PMP repair the road. But Deanie didn't back down. Deanie reached out to the former JLP candidate at the time for his assistance, telling him to tell the people that it was he who was fixing the road, the candidate, and not him, Deanie. But he just wanted to ensure that the road be fixed. It wasn't about the politics. Well, Mr. Speaker, he's known for building more community centers in the constituency of Northwest Manchester than many constituencies would have ever seen. If you know Dean Peart, he was integral in everything that was happening in the constituency. If it was, he wasn't the type of MP that would issue money to an agency and allow the agency to just do as they feel like. If it was a community center, Deanie was there lining it out. If it was plumbing work, he was there on site. But when he built these community centers, it's because they were supposed to be the center of the community itself. And everything then revolves around it towards the development of that community. He believed in community infrastructure and community organization. Mr. Speaker, I remember when I had an interest in Northwest Manchester, knowing the individual that Dean Peart was, you couldn't just walk into the constituency and say, you're showing an interest without at least having to speak with him. It took me about 3 months before he even responded to my call. And the day he met me at my business place, we had a conversation. I told him about my interest. He told me of the others who had an interest. And in his own style, he said, come let the people them know you, and we'll see if them accept you. I mean, Mr. Speaker, the rest is history because I'm here as a member of Parliament. But I remember the contest was on a Sunday. The runoff was on a Sunday. And by the Friday, which was his regular constituency office day, he had me sitting in the constituency office, studying how to operate the constituency. And we were in the middle of back to school time. The following Friday was constituency office in Mile Gully. And I remember him calling me and said to me, "I hear one now. You go run things." I had to learn quickly. But he was there guiding me along the way. That if I needed any reassurance, he was just a phone call away. And that in itself, Mr. Speaker, I mean, I've always said I hope that others would follow the example that we had in Northwest Manchester for the seamless transition and just the lessons I learned from him that made me into the Member of Parliament I am today. Mr. Speaker, even while not being Member of Parliament, he would still regularly come to the constituency. As his family still has a family house in Knowles Road, and his family still having family in Battersea, community which he hails from. But he had members of the constituency who he referred to as his own family. And he would still come down to the constituency, drive through on a weekend to come and visit those persons who he considered his family, while he was still able to drive. Even in the last local government election, Dini was present in Northwest Manchester. I remember my election in 2011. He came with us on nomination day. Then he said to me after we signed I was duly nominated. I remember him hugging me and said, "You're good now, man. The team have you." And he went to East Rural St. Andrew to campaign with the member then from East Rural, who then won the seat in 2011 with Dean Peart by his side. Mr. Speaker, Dean was a family man. And, Mr. Speaker, it is good to see his family here in the gallery. When I went up there, I remember when I first got to know the Peart family much better. I remember Kyrie being in prep school, and he's now a doctor at the University of the West Indies. And just to see I know, Mr. Speaker, that his passing would have been hard on the Peart family, but also on his extended family in Northwest Manchester. I mean, I got calls yesterday of persons who want to put up posters in just celebrating the life of Dean Alexander Peart. And you know, one of them had to say, "You don't need to seek my permission to put up a poster." He is Dean Alexander Peart, a part of the foundation of Northwest Manchester, and should be celebrated. He loved the people of Northwest Manchester. And in one of my interviews, Mr. Speaker, I said, Dean Peart hailed from the constituency. His father was Member of Parliament. He became Member of Parliament in 1989. But he was what I would term a true countryman, a man who believed in development of rural Jamaica. No matter he was minister or not, you could not change the person that he was. And that's how he operated outside of being Member of Parliament and just in his regular life. I mean, he wasn't what we would term a fridge. You know, give him nothing and tell himself to keep it. Because if you tell him, said that the man down the road, they take 2 rooter, 2 hill of yam out of Mass Mark ground. Believe me, he was going to go to Darrell and say, me here say, you, Mass Mark, tell me say you thief 2 hill of yam out of him ground. Yeah? Was that type of person. So anything you ever want anybody to know, don't tell him. Yeah? Don't tell him. But people from all walks of life who knew him, from the little boy going to Miss Bailey's school in Mandeville to the big-time grassroots politician, remember him as simply Deanie. But as we celebrate and recall his life, I would like us to keep his brother, Michael Peart, in our prayers as he continues to struggle with significant health issues. And as he mourns the loss of his little brother, because most people thought that Deanie was the elder one here, was the older brother, but it's the other way. Michael is older than Deanie. But Deanie just had a personality while Michael was more reserved, but Deanie was the one that will go out there. So, Speaker, Dean Alexander Peart is a one of a kind. A man of the people who was loved by the people. And I want to end again, Mr. Speaker, condolences to the Peart family, from my own family, and from the people of Northwest Manchester and Jamaica by extension, because he served with dignity, he served with pride, and he was a true Jamaican. And I tell you, Mr. Speaker, as most would know, that after 20 years, each member of parliament is due national honors for his years of service. Deanie never ran it down, and he served over 20 years because he didn't think that what he did was for those honors, but to serve the people from the heart. May his soul continue to rest in peace.
Member from St. Mary's South Eastern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Permission to speak in a language other than the English language at times. All right. Mr. Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to the life and legacy of the Honorable Dean Alexander Peart, former councillor, former mayor, former member of parliament, former minister of state, and former minister of government. I rise in my personal capacity as someone who had the privilege of interacting with him over the past almost 30 years. During that time, I came to know not only the public servant, but a man whose dedication to country was unwavering, whose respect for people was evident in everything he did, and who remained firmly grounded in executing the beliefs and principles that he held throughout his life. I also rise on behalf of the people of Southeast St. Mary. It is fitting that I do so because when Dean Peart was appointed a cabinet minister with responsibility for land and the environment, the Minister of State who served alongside him was none other than the former Member of Parliament for Southeast St. Mary, Harry George Douglas. Their partnership in public service is remembered with pride by many in my constituency. And so today I pay tribute also on behalf of the people of Southeast St. Mary. Dean Alexander Peart represented a proud tradition of unwavering family commitment to public service, following in the footsteps of his father, Ernest Peart, and serving alongside his brother Michael. The Peart family left an indelible mark on the history of public service and political representation, not only in the parish of Manchester, but across Jamaica. Dean Peart was a man of the people. He possessed a personal touch that made everything feel valued. He was warm, approachable, and genuinely enjoyable to be around. Long before I entered this honorable house, I had the privilege of meeting Dean Peart in the late 1990s. As a young politician, from those early encounters, he made a lasting impression on me and my understanding of political service and political leadership. He taught not through grand speeches, but through quiet example that public service is ultimately about people. You may enter politics with knowledge, experience, professional training, or technical skills, but your effectiveness as a leader will always be measured by your ability to understand people, respect people, connect with people, and serve people with humility and compassion. His contribution was not small, it was great. Through decades of dedicated public service, he touched countless lives and helped shape his parish, his constituency, and our nation. His legacy will endure in the people he served and in the institutions he developed. Mr. Speaker, allow me to share a few personal moments that I had and memories with Deanie. I remember when I just returned to Jamaica and went to work with Peter Phillips at the time in 1998. At that time, Deanie was the Minister of State with responsibility for the Works Department, Public Works then. And I had the occasion, in terms of my responsibilities, to prepare speeches for both then Minister Phillips and Minister Peart. One day after I had written several speeches, Deanie came up to the office, and he came into my office and he said, "Young Brown, you can write in the university language that you want to write for Peter. But when you're writing my speech, write them simple." That lesson remained with me. I am told by Dr. Guy, former member from Central St. Mary, that when Deanie became a cabinet minister and he had Harry Douglas as his junior, he gave the same admonition to his team in relation to speeches. He said, when you're writing speeches for me, write them simple. When you're writing for Harry, write them simpler. In 2001, following the Northeast Centre by-election, a group of us formed the Patriots, which is now an affiliate of the PNP. And we became very active in the media and very active in terms of organizing. And we were releasing press releases left, right, and center. And at that time, one of the releases went out about the former Prime Minister and then Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Siaga. I was the founding General Secretary of the Patriots at the time, and I remembered I was abroad when we issued that statement. And I started to receive a lot of calls because I was told that Mr. Siaga had sent Mr. Dabdoo to the party headquarters with a letter. And the General Secretary was trying to reach the leadership of the Patriots. I was being encouraged by others to come back home because I was also a member of the party executive for the meeting on Monday night where that issue would have been brought out. So I sought counsel from a number of colleagues as to what I should do. And I called Dini. And I said to him, Dini, this is the situation. And many are saying I should come home to face the party executive on Monday night. Dini said to me, you're mad? Tan where you're there. Nobody can do you nothing. The matter was never raised at the party executive. Dini had a lot of time for mentoring us as young politicians, but in his own style, quick, sharp, single phrase retorts, sometimes followed by that wry smile. He spoke his mind. He was direct and to the point. In the recent elections last year, Dini would call me occasionally in the campaign to check in. After I gave him a little overview as to what was happening, he would always close by saying, all right, my boy, go on, go done him. Today, we honor a faithful servant of the people of Jamaica. We give thanks for a life well lived, for service rendered with distinction, and for a legacy that will continue to inspire those of us who follow his footsteps. His presence was never defined by how loudly he spoke, but by how deeply he was respected. On behalf of myself and the constituency that I lead, I want to express our condolence to the Peart family, his wife and his children, and to ask that you remember him in the kind way that he served his people. And may you find comfort in the knowledge that his life made a lasting difference to many of us. Rest in peace, Dini. May your soul rest in eternal peace, and may light perpetual shine upon you. Thank you.
Member from East Kingston and Port Royal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I will be brief, as I'm wont. I have often been involved in organizing these tributes, and I tend not to speak too much about our departed colleagues, and I'm so happy to hear the various speeches. I'm hoping, though, that there will come a time when we make these speeches before the passing of our colleagues, and that we say so consistently about each other. But I've always used these occasions to recognize those whose faces you don't see, those who are not in the limelight, but those who feel the burden, the pressure, the hurt, the pain of public life. And that's why I'm so happy that the two families are here today, and I want to pay tribute to them who stood by Arthur Nelson, by Dean Peart, and no doubt in relation to Ozzy. I want to pay tribute to them and to say that your sacrifice has been our benefit. Our benefit. I know Mrs. Nelson couldn't be here. She's not in the best of health, and we wish her well, along with her children. But we're so happy to see Blossom, who is here. So happy to see Blossom. Who's here. And of course, your Arthur's grandniece. I am ecstatic that the Peart's family has responded so well today. Vinette described herself as the chauffeur, the assistant, the gopher. I visited the home recently, and I can attest to that. She has been everything and more to Dean Peart, and we really want to genuinely thank you for the sacrifice, and all of you who are here today, for the service that you have made to this great country of ours. And we say to both Arthur and Deanie, may your souls rest in peace and light perpetual shine. And to announce that for Arthur, the funeral service is going to be on August 8th at 11 a.m. at the St. James Parish Church. And I know the family, Dean's family, are working now on finalizing the funeral for him. I want to thank the Minister of Culture for the assistance that she has been provided in relation to both funerals. May their souls rest in peace, and big up to the family members who are here.
Member from St. Andrew Southeastern.
Mr. Speaker, in acknowledging the families who are here, and in particular the Peart family, I'd like to join in extending our gratitude for the decades of service that the family has provided to the country in public service, from Ernest to Dean to Michael to Ryan, 3 generations who have opted for the ultimate way in which to serve, which is through the political process. And to, as Philip said, to thank them for the countless sacrifices that they have made to enable their family members to serve the country. In relation to Deanie, I want to talk about Deanie after he retired as an MP in 2011. Because what Deanie demonstrated is that there is a life after retiring as an MP and a minister. And he devoted himself to being a mentor, a guide, and a friend to many of us, including myself, as younger members of Parliament and younger members in the process. Unsolicited at any time, Deanie would pick up the phone and call you and say, Wagwan, this is how I feel about a particular issue. Always straight talking, always honest, but always very solid advice. But more than advice, Deanie was one of the most willing persons to take on any assignment in his retirement. If there was a by-election somewhere, if he was asked to go to a constituency to do work in East Rural, where he lived in Garden Town, he did what was required for the benefit of the party, and most importantly, to assist those younger party members who were trying to get into a seat. And that I admire the most about him. And really, Deanie's life is an example of just total dedication to public service. From being a councillor in the 80s to being a mayor, a 5-term MP, a minister of government, an entire life just committed to serving others. Obviously, characteristics that would have come from his own father, but something that we should celebrate and emulate. And so I want to extend condolences to the family, the Peart family, and to thank them for their enormous contribution to the country. To Arthur, I didn't know Arthur very well, but his service was characterized by humility. It was characterized by someone who was dedicated to the upliftment of his constituents. And that sense of humility is something which should serve as an example for other members of Parliament who opt to serve in this Parliament. For Stephen Francis, I think Stephen's enduring legacy will be the belief that he had in himself and the belief that he had in Jamaicans, that we could not just only produce the raw talent, but we had the capacity to provide the coaching so that we could become world beaters. The conventional wisdom was you do well at champs, and then you get a scholarship, you go abroad to the US, and you'll be coached by some foreign coach. What Stephen demonstrated through MVP is that we could do it here. And I think it is a great example of the emancipation of our own minds and our own belief in ourselves as people, that we have the capacity to produce world beaters. But beyond MVP, Stephen identified talent that wasn't necessarily the ones who came first at champs. In fact, he was very deliberate. He wasn't just looking for those who won every event. He identified persons who may have not medaled at champs, but whom he recognized had the potential and could develop to become world beaters. And if you look at the many names of those who have been under his tutelage, you will see how he took them as high school athletes and transformed them into world champions. But also, he was not just focused on the track aspect of coaching. He created world beaters in the field events. And in fact, I believe at our last Olympic Games, we got as many medals in field events as we did in track events, which is moving from a situation 12, 16 years ago where 90% of our medals were on the track. And finally, another enduring legacy of Stephen Francis is how many coaches he nurtured and developed who then went on to establish their own coaching clubs. There are about 4 new coaching clubs that were derived from persons who started at MVP. And so in a sense, you could consider that he almost had an incubator, and he encouraged the growth of other coaches who themselves have coached world beaters. So, Mr. Speaker, as we recognize and acknowledge the work of the parliamentarians who have passed and of Stephen Francis, we say thank you from a grateful nation for their contribution in making Jamaica a better place. And we, as younger members, will find a way to emulate the successes that they displayed, and more importantly, the characteristics that they displayed as parliamentarians. Thank you very much.
Member from Westmoreland Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to give tribute to a great man who trod the region, the powerful Region 6 for the People's National Party, and that is Arthur Nelson. The powerful Region 6. Arthur Nelson is a man whose political legacy was not etched in grand speeches, but in the tangible transformation of the communities he served. A testament to the trust he inspired, he secured 2 consecutive terms as Member of Parliament for St. James West Central. And we all theorize if he probably hadn't decided to leave politics, would have continued to hold that seat, probably up to today. Beyond the political arena, he stands as a registered professional engineer in Jamaica, a qualification that speaks not only to his technical acumen, but to his pragmatic, solutions-oriented approach to governance. To his constituents, he was affectionately and reverently known as the Small Axe, a moniker that belies his physical stature while paying homage to the sharp, formidable force he represents in championing the rights of the people. True to the old folk song, this particular small axe has felled many a giant obstacle through sheer determination and unyielding commitment to justice. Nowhere in his legacy more vividly inscribed than the inner city communities of Mount Salem, Granville, and Rosemount, where his leadership catalyzed a renaissance of hope and development. He did not merely govern from a distance. He walked the streets he sought to uplift, investing his engineering expertise and political capital into projects that brought infrastructure, dignity, and opportunity to those who had long been neglected. In Mount Salem, he championed improvements that restored a sense of pride. In Granville, his interventions laid the groundwork for community stability. And in Rosemount, his advocacy ensured that the voices of the marginalized were not only heard, but heeded. His work in these neighborhoods was not transient. It lives on, etched in the minds and hearts of the people who still speak his name with reverence. His reputation within his constituency is that of a man that does not merely make promises, but forges covenants with his people and honors them with resolute action. This is not folklore, but lived experience, as testified by a comrade Dorothy Dixon, who I will quote. Comrade Arthur Nelson came to the Salt Spring Post Office while I was working there. I gave him a tour of the office and informed him of our dire plight. We had neither water nor electricity, and the office had received notice of closure. He listened intently, and then and there he promised he would act swiftly to build a proper structure and restore light and water. And he surely did. He did not just speak, he delivered. It is this rare blend of technical expertise, political will, and profound empathy that defines the enduring legacy of Arthur Nelson, a leader who proved that true stature is not measured by height, but by the depth of one's impact on the lives of others. Though time may pass, the fruits of his labor remain, standing as silent monuments to a man who gave all to the people that he loved. So on behalf of the Region 6 family, we want to extend our sincere condolences to his family, especially his wife, who was always there with him at all the meetings that we can remember, and for accommodating us at home on many occasions. And as the leader said earlier, it was never at any cost to anyone, no matter what was happening there. We will surely miss him, and we intend to continue supporting the family and keep on building on that relationship that we have always had. I thank you very much.
Member from St. Catherine Southern.
Oh, it's okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like my colleague from East Kingston and Port Royal, I will be brief. In fact, speaking after so many speakers have spoken about the same persons, there's not much that I can say about the persons, except for my own personal experiences with our former members of this chamber. I'll start first with Arthur Nelson. Concur with much have been said about his personality and character. I can't imagine a more humble political representative or public servant than Arthur Nelson. And I believe what underscores that characteristic of Arthur Nelson is that Arthur never had to try to prove to anybody who he was, whether he was somebody of worth or not. He had the confidence of who he was. As was mentioned, he was a civil engineer and well accomplished in his field. He had nothing to prove about himself, but the desire to serve is what brought him into public office. And you know, Mr. Speaker, it is good that we're having these share the reflections on these former members of this chamber, because for someone who have served with them both, regrettably, much of what we celebrate about them has been lost, and it's unfortunate. And I believe that out of this reflection, I believe many of us will have some introspection and reflection to see how we can be better from those things that we applaud from these former members of the vocation that we are now current members of. Arthur Nelson, as was mentioned, is part of that humility of him. He would travel up to Kingston. I know he would fly up. You know, when Air Jamaica was around, he'd fly to Kingston from Montego Bay and take the public transportation with his Pullman and come to Parliament, and he would do the reverse when Parliament is over. And it was nothing to Arthur. I enjoy a very personal relationship with his family. In fact, he invited me and my family in the early years to come and, if it's leave the corporate area and come to Montego Bay, boast about the serenity of that area. And I have spent a weekend at his home at the invitation of himself and his wife. And something I'll never forget. I got the instructions from Arthur how to find his house. And you came off the main and you drive through some bush, not urban area. And the road to his house was terrible. And when I went to Arthur, I said, Arthur, if I was a voter, I would vote for you, you know, because the road bad to come to your house. And Arthur, in his regular self, him smile, and him say, it's true, you know, the road bad. But you know, if I fix the road, I must have to look after myself first before I look after the other road. That bad. And that was the basis on which he had no qualms about fixing other roads, because he lived in his constituency. He had no problem in seeing to the other roads. And just about the perception of him using his office to benefit himself, even though the road was in need of repair and other persons live in that vicinity. But it spoke to the person that he was. Upon retirement from elected office, he continued in service to his people, the Montego Bay area, and the country on a whole. During his period in this parliament, he brought his professional expertise to bear on many of the committee work in this parliament. And the country benefited from that expertise that he had. We are better for Arthur's service in this parliament and to this country. And I can't really applaud Arthur Nelson without acknowledging his dear wife, Barbara. That lady is of a wonderful soul. You know, I believe when it comes to the politics, I think Barbara is more a comrade than Arthur. She is a very fierce campaigner, quietly, but very fierce and committed. Admirable couple, and one who together have given great service to our country. For Deanie Peart, you know, again, much has been said about Deanie. Deanie was a character that is not easy to try to describe Deanie Peart. But I want to highlight something that someone made. I think it was a member from Southeast St. Mary. He, as a young politician, I could say as a young, I always say younger politician then, when I just came to this house, I remember there was a little group of us, new MPs, usually meet. About 6 of us, newer ones and younger ones, where Deanie Peart would be the one who offered suggestion guidance, recommendations into how we can become effective members of parliament in our respective constituencies. And I believe all who listen to Dini never lose an election. That means he taught us well how to be of effective service to your constituencies. So I have personally benefited as a member of parliament from the relationship. I remember in my own internal selection exercise in South St. Catherine, he was there, very unassuming when it came and said, Fitz, you must be the member of parliament. And so was it until then. So for me, even if I don't see Dini for a long time, even if I don't see him for a long time, because of who Dini was, he continued to live with you and be with you from his own characteristic. I want to highlight a couple of things about Dini Peart. Some have been said already. Very frank, very direct, very committed to the cause of the People's National Party, very committed to the development of his constituency and Jamaica. And when it comes to integrity and honesty, many of us will know Dini's favorite words, and when the member from Southeast St. Mary asked if he could speak in another language, I thought he was going to give some of the very direct quotes from Dini Peart. Damn teeth, damn teeth, damn teeth. Not nothing to do with them. Go ahead. Oh, I know he stuttered sometimes. Them teeth, let them go about them business. He was uncompromising when it comes to honesty and integrity in public life. I believe that, I don't just believe, I want for those characteristics to be renewed among current and future political leaders. Jamaica will be better for it. To his family, his wife, Vinette, brother Michael, all the rest, his sister, all the rest of his family members, I want to applaud them like my colleague from Southeast St. Andrew. Because the truth is, for how much Dini Peart and Arthur have given to us, it is as much as they have denied them in the family, because they have to sacrifice themselves to give the service to the organization and the country. So I want to say thanks to them on my own behalf, on behalf of my own constituency, and I believe in all well-thinking Jamaicans who would want to salute these outstanding services from these individuals. May their soul rest in peace. They both, Arthur Nelson and Dini Peart, may their soul rest in peace and light shine perpetually on them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Member
Speaker.
from St. Catherine Eastern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I won't be long because I've realized that most of what I wanted to say has been captured by my colleagues. But just to state that Dini Peart and I became elected in 1986 as a councillor. When I was sworn in, I heard him asking everybody about me. Who is this little girl? Because he continued to call me a little girl. And how old she is. And all of that. Until one day, he said to me, come here. Just whisper in my ears and tell me how old you are. I'm not going to tell nobody. And from I told Dini my age, him start to call me, come here, little pitney girl. I was very upset each time he said, come here, little pitney girl. And sometimes I didn't answer him. And he said, what you want me to call you? You want me to call you counselor? So I said, Dini, whatever you want to come, but don't call me little pitney girl. But that was Dini Peart. He spoke in a language that everybody around could understand. He walked with kings and queens, but he has never lost his common touch. I remembered that we had this delegation coming from the St. Catherine Parish Council, and they asked us to go and meet with him to speak to him about salaries for councillors. And I felt very good now because I said him can't call me a pitney girl in there, so because it's a delegation and so forth. And we went to his office at that time. He was Minister of Local Government. And I sat there. We laid our case on the table. We told him what we were expecting. And then I got so brave and I got up and said, so Minister, we are going to give you a guideline. You know, go from me, girl. That put me back right to my seat because I couldn't believe that at that time and in that space, Dini would have referred to me again as little pitney girl. I say all of this, Mr. Speaker, to say that a man who has served with distinction, with honesty, with integrity, somebody who you could rely on. Dini give you his word was his bond. You would have to kill Dini before Dini give up. Dini believed in what he used to believe in, and nobody could get him away from that. He always try when we have a leadership race to find out where I am. And then him always say to me, come here, let me see if you're on the right side. And I always said, Dini, I'm not telling you nothing because tomorrow morning I'm going to air it on the news. But, Mr. Speaker, Dini's service that he has given to this country is something that should be recorded. Not just him, but his entire family. I personally believe that there's going to be a big void in the Peart's family. I want to say to the family, thank you for lending us Dini in a period when we in Jamaica needed him most. Thank you for making sure that he was able to deliver to the people of this country. May his soul continue to rest in peace and light perpetual shines upon him.
Member from Clarendon Northern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to give my condolences to the Peart family. I wouldn't have served with Mr. Peart, Comrade Peart, for any period of time at all. But I know a few members of the family, Leila, Zion, Zika, and Corey. So I want to say to them, stay strong. Your Dean Peart would have served us well, and we, the People's National Party in Jamaica, is better for it. Thank you very much. I want to speak on the late, great Stephen Francis, who a great Ulmerian, a pioneer, a father, a coach, a mentor, and an entrepreneur. Someone who would have revolutionized track and field in Jamaica. And as I think about Stephen Francis, and I think about sports and us wanting to create a world-class industry, and without doubt we can say track and field is our leading sport in terms of performance in the recent past. And if I juxtapose that against the sport that I am from, cricket, and to see the contrast in how they have gone in the last 20 years, where West Indies cricket, to which Jamaica is a member, would have been on the decline, unfortunately. I would have seen where track and field would have been on the rise and would have maintained that position, and would have seen how Stephen Francis would have contributed to the blueprint as to how we would have taken homegrown talent, trained them at home, and made them into world-class athletes with world-class performances consistently, and how we are trying to replicate that in cricket, but it is not happening. It shows the strength of Stephen Francis' contribution and how he would have done that through the great club of MVP, where he was not just a co-founder, but also a former president and technical director. And we have heard of the many athletes that he would have produced. Sharon Simpson, Sherika Jackson, Shelley Fraser Price, Asafa Powell, Elaine Thompson, Banana Ground. And we would want to understand that, like we have seen in sports, especially football in Jamaica, where we do a lot of recruitment. People look for the best and try and transfer them to their space, their school. Stephen Francis would have gone to our Boys and Girls Championship and would look at the athletes who are not necessarily the best, but could see the talent in them and would have taken them to the MVP and refined them, uncover the talents, refine, and then put them on the world stage to produce world-class performances. And that in itself is a credible thing that he would have done. He would have also not just formed the MVP track club, but he would have joined it to the University of Technology, because he had the foresight and the vision to know that sports needs education. It needs training and it needs consistent development. And once the mind is properly developed, then the physical and technical attributes will merge together and bring about world-class performances. So I think we have lost a great son in Stephen Francis. The sporting fraternity has certainly lost a pioneer and a champion. And we must not only think about celebrating our athletes, which I have called for in the past, but we should look at recognizing and celebrating Stephen Francis in a significant way. And one of those ways is to put a statue beside some of his athletes that are at the National Stadium, so that we can recognize that he's a pioneer. He would have not just stopped the flow of athletes going overseas to universities, and some would have used it as an economic opportunity not to return, but to allow them to stay here, live with their families, make world-class performance, earn US dollars, take it back into the economy, and spend it in Jamaica, and be a living testimony and example for our young athletes and young people in Jamaica. And Stephen Francis is certainly, was certainly a nation builder, and we must recognize that in a significant way. So to the family, our condolences. To Jamaica, we would have lost a true champion. And of course, to the athletes we would have served, and all the coaches and administrators, we say regards, condolences, and may his soul rest in peace, and may our track and field and sporting industry be better for it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member from St. Catherine Northwestern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak on behalf of Dean Peart, Deanie. And I also join in recognizing the family and friends of Dean Peart, to whom their sacrifice I have benefited personally on multiple occasions. It is when you yourself start to have your own family, you realize the pain that you also feel on occasions that you have chosen to be absent on behalf of the political process. And on many occasions, he chose, both in support of himself, but in my experience, in support of his party, to be absent and in representation. I therefore personally thank the family for their sacrifice, and I would like to say some of my recollections of Dean Peart. In 2011, when I was asked to represent the People's National Party in East Rural St. Andrew, Dean Peart at the time was a resident in East Rural St. Andrew. When we arrived, Dean Peart took it upon himself to be my campaign manager. And while Dean Peart, as has been indicated, is known for his honesty, that honesty don't always serve you well on the campaign. I remember at one mass meeting, the people indicated that a particular gentleman who was in prison was a member of the largest family in the area. Dean Peart went on the mic and said, a little boy did up here misbehave himself. And we just lock up him, class. The entire family left the meeting. And while he was talking, somebody in resistance said, show up. And Dean Peart shouted on the mic, go be that. And in all his efforts as my campaign manager, and therefore I felt I was special, I learned in 2016 that it was run-of-the-mill for Dean Peart, as I saw Dean Peart then move on to be campaign manager for Imani Duncan. That wasn't the ultimate level of my surprise, because in 2011, the opposing candidate was Joan Gordon Webley. And there was nothing he found more funny than when I said, solid waste of time. But by 2020, he was the campaign manager for Joan Gordon Webley. I could not fathom. But such was the commitment of Dean Peart to the People's National Party, that whomever it was, he was head cook and back washer for whomever it was. And no matter how much he gave, he never asked for a favor. Indeed, if he needed you to participate in any way, he started with the disclaimer that you don't have to do it. You don't have to do it, you know, but me feel like say. And then he would tell you. He also knew the difference between advice and instruction. Not many who have experience knows that difference. Because as soon as they tell you, they expect you to do exactly as they told you. I remember once again when I tried the education revolution in East Rural St. Andrew and said we wanted 1 degree per household. And he always says, you don't have the budget. He used to say, you don't have the budget to do that. You don't have the budget to do that. And on the day that there was a demonstration out in Bull Bay, when the people said education can't and picnic can't vote, he called me and said, you can't bring them if they don't want to come, you know. And despite that, the next class, Dean Peart would have come down there, come look what is happening. Though he had said to you, you're careful, you can't bring them if you don't want to come. He then appointed himself as my campaign manager once again for VP. And it is then I recognized that Dean Peart seemingly did not know his real caliber he didn't care about all he had achieved, because he supported as if you were the greatest person in the world, and he was simply a supporter. Not many of us who have established ourselves wear other people's shirt and other people's cap, and everywhere he went, he would have had on whoever he supported, shirt and cap. Everywhere he went. And he would be the most vocal in the audience in support of whomever he is in support. The norm for top people like those is round the back with a scotch. And when you leave in the great talk, Dean Peart is in the crowd shouting, "Forward, forward!" And English was never an attempt that he made. He was never more proud than when he was telling you about Manchester. He would tell you about the farmers. He would tell you about all the community centers he built. Once you're driving past a center that he built, the story would start about him building the center. And then he had a great reverence for Michael Manley. He would tell you in critique of any action what Michael Manley would have done, and claim Michael wouldn't do it so, or wouldn't do it the other way. But his greatest energy was found in him telling you how he escaped death on multiple occasions. He would tell you how he crashed. He would tell you what happened in the 80s. And he celebrated life in the way by saying, "I escaped death on many, many, many occasions." It was the most energetic of his stories. And he would tell you on many, many times. He would tell you that he had to roll in the bush. And I think he was making up some of them. Because only John Wick could have done some of the things. And MacGyver, that Dean Peart told you that he did. But in all of that, he loved his party, he loved his family, and he loved his country. He always felt that any young person with potential that could serve was his duty to train. And he would take them on under his wings. He also finally perceived himself as a construction expert, and would tell you that he's going to build a gas station for his son. On multiple occasions, he's going to work on the gas station. Much to my chagrin, because I don't know Didi as no engineer works on a gas station. And on his house, and then he took over his wife's plants, in particular not the tulips, the orchids. Took them over and would boast how he waters them. And then he would speak to his son that he called his wash belly, his youngest son. And even in high school, he would drop him to school on multiple occasions. I can't reserve my statements for the caliber of a party member. It is for the caliber of an individual, a human being, that Dean Peart was. You felt the most important at any time you were in his presence, and for any conversation that he felt he was to participate in. This is a man, when friends were few, he was always present. And in the bitterness after East Portland, he came to my house on no less than 12 occasions and reminded me, "Me di lose to you, I want you. Me di lose to you, I want you." And that is how he cheer you up without cheering you up. But basically telling you, get up, brush off yourself, and come again. Tomorrow is another day. And when many disappeared, he appeared. And for that, I am grateful that he was born. I'm grateful that he lived. and I'm extremely sad now that he has died. Long live Dean Peart, and thank you.
Member from Clarendon Southeastern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to share in the sentiments expressed in relation to former Member of Parliament Arthur Nelson and former MP and Minister Dean Peart, and just to express condolences to their families, as well as prayers for strength in this time of bereavement. I have a few words in relation to Stephen Francis, but before, I would like to, as Minister of Labour and Social Security, I want to recognize that Dean Peart was not only Minister of Local Government, he had a short but impactful stint in 2002 between April to October as Minister of Labour and Social Security. And I'm compelled by the ministry to acknowledge his contribution. We are all, as ministers, to recognize that we are building on the work done by those before us, regardless of affiliation. And so every minister makes a contribution to the chapter of what is the development of the ministry. So we acknowledge Dean Peart. One of the longest serving staff members, Mrs. Bolt-Williams, had this to say about him. She said, I joined the ministry on April 22nd, 2002, on the day that Minister Peart was introduced to the public assistance team as our new minister. It coincided with the implementation of the mass enrollment of PATH beneficiaries. Minister Peart embraced the activities as a personal mission, traveling around the island with the team and speaking with applicants and team members wherever they could be located. He didn't stand much on ceremony. He would jump in whatever vehicle was available, including my car on one occasion as we traveled through Trelawney. Minister Peart was easy to work with. End quote. His passing and that of Mr. Nelson reminds us that public service is measured not only by the offices that we hold, but by the lives that we touch, and we hope that their souls rest in peace. As it relates to Stephen Francis, Mr. Speaker, his name was Vincent Stephen Frano Francis. And to many across the world, I know he is seen as a legendary coach, celebrated globally in the sporting fraternity. But to myself and my siblings, Stephen is our big cousin. His mother, Aunt Doreen, you might know Aunt Babs. His mother is my mother Gloria's best friend before she passed in 2022. And a treasured aunt. And we grew up with Donna, his sister who passed in COVID, Stephen, and Paul, his younger brother, who will now have the responsibility of carrying on this enormous legacy. And I'm sure Paul, together with Bruce James, Adrian Laidlaw, his best friend, and Mr. Clark, and many others will take on that responsibility of preserving Stephen's legacy. He lost his father last year, and I know that there are many who understand the complexities of Stephen's life and all that he has gone through. But for me, Stephen was a big cousin that was large in size and stature. And he almost gave off an atmosphere and a feeling like he knew what he was doing regardless of what it was. He was in control, and he had a certainty about him from when we were younger. And it translated in his impact in the sporting fraternity. So many athletes owe their success to Stephen. A man who, unlike many, not many can have a vision and turn that vision into success. Many can have a vision, but Stephen had a vision, and in 1999 with Paul and others, they put that together in MVP. And with hard work, they were able to really carve out their place in the global sporting fraternity, to take athletes and to build their confidence, and through discipline and sacrifice, to make many persons believe in Jamaica, not just MVP. Together with Glenn Mills, he's known, perhaps one of the most prominent coaches in the world who have caused reverse migration of athletes coming back home because they knew that we had the skill, the professionals who understood how to get it done. Shelley Ann Fraser-Price, Elaine Thompson, Bridget Foster Hilton, Sherika Jackson, Asafa Powell, Julian Ford, so many, Michael Frater, Nesta Carter, Tia and Tina Clayton, so many more who have been impacted. Navleen Williams, Melanie Walker, Kishane Thompson from Southeast Clarendon, and you had others from Barbados, Christine Day, many athletes whose name you might not know, but they are making an impact across the world, have come up through the impact, through the guidance of Stephen. And Stephen, to them, was much more than a coach. He was a life coach. He presented for them the principles that I'm certain will guide them beyond being on the field, build their character. I want to, as I close, just to say, Stephen, thank you for all you did for so many of us. Thank you from a nation that is grateful to you for your commitment and your sacrifice to build up our name and our brand, Jamaica, in sports, in athletics. Stephen was loved. Stephen was loved. And in his final moments, there are many that were around him. And I mean, I don't know all, but I want to just take the time to acknowledge of course, Stephen's brother Paul, and Bruce James, Darren and Adrian Laidlaw, Mr. Clark, Wilfred Bagaloo, Ronald Robinson, many other friends, Bridget Foster Hilton, and many other athletes who were there either in person or to call him. The doctors that were there, including my brother Peter, Dr. Williams, Dr. Saibo, and of course Carol and Michelle, my elder sisters who were by his side. It happened faster than I would have expected, but Stephen lived his full life, and he was here and made a massive impact on his world. I don't recall knowing of biological children, but I know that for Stephen, the athletes that came within his grasp were his kids. He loved them. He disciplined, he cared, and he had a special place for each and every athlete that he had the opportunity to support and to nurture. May his soul rest in peace, and may all who I know were impacted and who loved him find comfort in this very, of course, difficult time. Thank you.
Member from St. Andrew East Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm not accustomed to batting this late, but it is important to play an innings on behalf of Stephen Francis. The world of track and field is mourning the passing of an icon. And Stephen would have transformed track and field in Jamaica. If you do your research, we would have lost 98% of our high school athletes who had migrated seeking other opportunities. And the migration of those athletes back on our soil is testimony to Stephen's greatness. Stephen believes in building, and building a cadre of athletes who have made this nation proud. And we will be eternally grateful. Stephen was more than a coach. He was an intellect, a master's degree in finance. And that combination between education and athletics will serve us well. There are many who have benefited from his guidance. The names are too many to mention. But what I do remember about Stephen, having had the opportunity to travel with many national teams across the globe, was his humility. If you would have gone to the warm-up track, Stephen would be sitting by himself, pondering the next move. He was never one who sought headlines. He was never one who craved the media. He allowed his result to speak for himself. I too want to join my colleague to say to the minister that in honor of the late great Stephen Francis, a statue should be erected at the National Stadium as part of his legacy. And I dare to say that the other iconic coach, Glenn Mills, should also be honored with a statue. They have combined to produce over 200 medals for Jamaica at the global level. Unprecedented, never before happened. His legacy will continue on long before all of us in this chamber. But sadly, we were not able to monetize his greatness during our glory days between 2008 and 2020. It is a passion of mine to say that the next generation of athletes, Madam Minister, we must find a way to work closer with the Minister of Tourism to monetize that. Between 2008, we ranked number 3 in the world of global track and field. We are the fastest man alive. We are the fastest woman alive. We were the envy of the world. Anyone who traveled with a national team and don a Jamaican color, you become an instant star. People were hounding you for autographs. But we were not able to monetize it to the benefit of track and field. I would love to deposit that we do a case study as to what Stephen's methodology was. He had an eye for talent. He did not chase those who were gold medalists, but he was able to take those who didn't medal and to transform them into world beaters. That's the greatness of the man. One of the legacy of Stephen Francis, as mentioned earlier by the member from Clarendon, is the number of coaches that you were able to deploy across various clubs. But we could not have achieved this without the visionary and the hard work of Stephen Francis believing in Jamaica and believing in our talent. We as a parliament, we're also blessed to have an Olympian among us, and she can testify as to what it takes to produce a medal. Let me share it with you. It cost this country less than 3,000 Jamaican dollars to produce a gold medal. When you compare that to the United States of 56,000 US, we understand the genius of the man. And we must continue to celebrate him. On behalf of the J3s, I want to share my deepest condolences to the family of Stephen, the MVP Track Club, and UTEC, because what he has created has demonstrated to us that as a country with fewer dollars than all the sporting giants across the world, we were able to beat them because Stephen and Glenn Mills were able to plan. And planning trumped money. When you look at the resources available to all the other federations, you name them, and we still rank number 3 in the world in spite of limited resources. It is therefore my call to the minister to ensure that in Stephen's legacy, we develop more track across this globe. We are rich in track and field. We are rich in coaches. We are rich in talent. And time now, Minister, that we put in place the infrastructure to support all of that. My last sojourn with the track and field team was in Budapest. And we were in awe about their training facilities when you juxtapose it against our national stadium. Time has come for us to put the infrastructure in place to match what our athletes produce at the world level. May Stephen rest in peace, and may his legacy continue, and may God continue to shadow the members of the MVP Track Club and Coach Glenn Mills, because there's many more medals to be won. I thank you.
Member from Portland Western.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Permission to speak from a seat other than my own.
Permission granted.
Let me just first of all pay my personal condolences to the family of Ozzie Harding, Arthur Nelson, and Stephen Price. But I stand briefly to pay tribute to Dean Alexander Peart. While the tributes were going on, I was looking back in my phone to see the last time we spoke. And I realized that he had on disappearing messages, so there's no messages left for me to remember our discussions. But to say that there were 2
politicians on the opposing side who I always admired, pretty much for the same reason. And that was the late Roger Clark and now the late Deanie Peart. Several people have come to me over time and said that they see similarities in relation to my style and Deanie's style. I'm not sure whether it's the color. Some people will say it's brown man. Some people will say it's red man. Some people will say it's white man. Well, pick whichever one you want. One thing you knew with Deanie Peart, and I think that I can say it for myself as well, is what you see is what you get, and more importantly, our word is our bond. If Deanie Peart tell you something, you don't have to ask him again. You don't have to call him again. You don't have to message him again. It is going to be done, and that is something that I really, really admired about him. Other similarities, he was a councillor. I was a councillor. He was a 5-time MP, consecutive. I'm now at 5. He retired at 5, and I'm retiring at 5. And I would encourage others who have been here longer than myself to start thinking about it at some point. I'm looking on the front bench. I'm not looking at anybody in particular. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker and colleagues here, Deanie Peart had a philosophy which was why he was so successful. And I have followed in that footstep. And that is, he had a simple philosophy. Serve the people, and they will serve you. Love the people, they will love you. Respect the people, they will respect you. Work for the people, and they will work for you. And last but not least, defend the people, and they will defend you. Simple, easy for you first-time MPs. Some of you who ran and won and then ran and lost, stick with that. And I guarantee you that you will be successful as Deanie Peart was in politics. I'm not quite sure why Deanie was not recognized for his service. And I wouldn't want to get into that here, only to say that it would not be alarming to me if I heard after today that Deanie may have been offered and declined, because that was a man, as it was said earlier, he didn't do things for recognition and rewards, etc., etc. And the bottom line is, if that is not so, then I encourage us on my side to investigate that and to, if I am correct or incorrect, let us deal with it expeditiously. But I would support my colleague and friend from East Kingston and Port Royal, and also colleague Fitzjackson, in saying that many times we do this when it's too late. When people who have served and sacrificed at great cost, financially and otherwise, family and otherwise, and then you say some great things, and of course, life moves on, as it's a treadmill. But I don't want to say much more, because I know for a fact that after so many hours, if Deanie was here, across from me here or here, he would say, Vaz, do me a favor, no? Shut your mouth and sit down. Tired of you talk too much. But in closing, let me just say that the Peart family and the sacrifice of the Peart family to nation building is second to none. The legacy of the Peart family can be matched with any other family, past, present, and future, in relation to the service and patriotic life that they lived as a family. I know it's never easy, but it's life. And what we must make sure is people like Deanie Peart and others to come are recognized and celebrated while they are alive and not after their unfortunate passing. So to the family, I say that Dean is gone, but his spirit and his personality and his memories will live on in this house, outside the house, on the political trail, forever and ever. May his soul rest in peace.
Member from St. James West Central.
Mr. Speaker, as the sitting member from the constituency of St. James West Central, I should like to formally place on record and also express to the family of the late Arthur Nelson my condolence on his passing. I first encountered Mr. Nelson early in my first term when I was honoring a commitment I made on the campaign trail to electrify the community of Riverside in the wider community of Irwin. Having been told by one of the residents, now deceased Mrs. Smith, that she had moved and lived there for some 80 years, and the community had never had electricity, that section of it. And so, as part of our government's rural electrification program, with the assistance of the then Minister of Energy, Minister Wheatley, the engineering work was done on Riverside Drive to bring electricity. And on the day when we turned on the power, in fact, it happened in the night, and it was a rainy night. And it was in those circumstances that I recall my first encounter with Arthur Nelson. Since then, I have seen him regularly at community meetings of the Irwin CDC, and he was always accompanied by his wife, Barbara, and his daughter, Andrea. Small in stature, unassuming, and obviously humble. But I so admired his devotion to his community. And I must say that it was always puzzling to me about the state of the Riverside Road and the lack of electricity in the area. But as I listened to the member from St. Catherine, Member Jackson, Southern, who shared Mr. Nelson's perspective, he too having expressed a view on why the road in the community was so bad, he was of the view that he didn't want to be accused of giving priority to benefit himself. Such is the nature of the work we do. I mean, they would say, damn if you do and damn if you don't. But, Mr. Speaker, all of us who serve in this role know the demands, and we can't do it without our families. I believe every time we rise to pay tribute, there is so much to learn. I'm particularly struck by the qualities that we all celebrate: non-partisanship, humility, going above and beyond the call of duty, cross-aisles interaction, and yet sometimes it's so difficult to live them. I always say when we pay tribute in my constituency, for anything that we admire in others, we should pray to God for the strength to do it while we can, and not to just let it be an afterlife. So, Mr. Speaker, Arthur Nelson made his contribution. He made his contribution to the people of St. James West Central, to the parish of St. James, and also nationally. May that contribution be long remembered, and may his soul rest in peace. May his family take comfort in that contribution, knowing that he lived and served well. And may we remember them, because it is not only those who have served and have passed on. They leave loved ones behind who sometimes need to be visited and reminded that life goes on. May I also use the opportunity to express my condolence to the family of Dean Peart. I know many of them. Some of them are my friends. And also to the family of Stephen Francis. They have lived well and have served well. May their souls rest in peace.
Member from St. Catherine West Central.
Mr. Speaker, permission to speak from a seat other than my own, please.
Permission granted.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be brief because so much has been said already. I want to recognize, of course, and pay my tribute and condolences to the 4 individuals who are being referenced here today: Ozzie Harding, Dean Peart, Stephen Francis, and Arthur Nelson. And I won't speak on all 4, but I mention them by associating with the family members and their contribution to national life, but also to highlight perhaps the powerful symbolism of the tributes that are being paid here today. 2 quick points. Firstly, I think it's important for us to always reconcile with ourselves that once we are born, our destiny and finality is sure. And today brings that home as we recognize not 1, but 4 individuals who have really played their part. Secondly, in this House, though 3 of those individuals would have crossed both sides of the aisle, the tributes have come from both sides of the aisle, recognizing the individuals, whether they were on that side or on this side. And that for me is powerful. I just reference that as a passing point because sometimes we give the impression, Mr. Speaker, that we are the only person in the room and that our points are the only significant points. And we behave or act in a particular way that conveys that impression. Today, we are saying as a parliament that whether we're on that side or on this side, we all play an important role. And these 3 individuals in particular, Ozzie Harding, Arthur Nelson, and Dean Peart, obviously played their part in national life. I want to mention, in the first instance, and very briefly, Ozzie Harding. I knew him well enough to appreciate his approach to leadership, having served as President of the Senate, not during my time in the Senate, but also serve as a prospective candidate, well, a candidate, not an MP, for Central Manchester at one stage, the parish from which I'm from. And his willingness to give advice, his intellectual capacity, and his love for the Queen's English, and to always be available to demonstrate a history lesson of Jamaica's role in the Commonwealth of Nations. And I enjoyed having discussions with him, learning from him. And today I want to just pay tribute to his family, his wife, his sons, and to say he played his role. He has finished his work, and we recognize him and pay tribute to him. To Dean Peart, I have to comment. Many may not know, but Dean Peart was almost family. And perhaps one would say not blood family, but family. Family for a number of reasons. First of all, he hailed from the parish of my birth. Second of all, he went to the best high school in Jamaica, Manchester High School, the school I went to also. Secondly, he was my mayor at one point as a resident living in the parish of Central Manchester. And third of all, he got some support from some of my blood family members. My mother at one point, until I convinced her otherwise, was a friend and very fond of Dean Peart, and would certainly enjoy his company. Beyond that, because of marriage and family relations, he and I had reason to be in the same place on a number of occasions. And we had extremely good conversation. And much has been said. Very plain, straight talker, didn't mince his words, said what he meant what he said. But he was a patriotic Jamaican who believed in nation building, community building, empowering people, and he expressed that in no uncertain terms. Family again, because his children, even though I was a little older than them, we grew up together, and in his latter years, his last set of children went to school with my children, and again, the friendship continued. So today I say to his family members, my condolences on behalf of my family, my children, and we recognize him for his significant contribution to nation building, and I believe that we are all better off for it, and we pay tribute and hopefully will emulate the very positives that he represents, which is to speak frankly, to work hard, and to always, as they would say on that side, put the people first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So at this time, I would like to just express condolences to Arthur Nelson's family and also to Dean Peart's family. But I just want to quickly indicate that Dean Peart was my brethren. And when I say brethren, a serious brethren. And when I became member of Parliament, the first major road I got repaired in central St. Catherine, Dean Peart was the person who saw to it. Taximen demonstrated. In fact, one of the taxi men became my driver eventually because of Dean, because Dean fixed the road. And there was a property in Gordon Pen that the community played on for decades, used as a playfield, which was owned by a church, and the church decided to sell the property, and the people demonstrated. I went to Dean and I said, how can you help me? And he said, we don't have any money that we can buy the property, but I can be creative and suggest maybe a swap. So we negotiated with the church, and we were able to give them a different piece of land, which they could sell if they wanted, and the property in Gordon Pen was handed over to the community. So I just want to express how caring he was, and how considerate, and how we were able to communicate as across the aisle. And I really hope that some of the stridency and, antagonistic behavior I see in the House now, that if we could put some of that behind us, because it was a good period, and we had good, of course, nobody can change your mind. Yes, maybe you want to cross the floor, but the idea is let us live together and work together. And those who are ahead of us set a good example for us, and we should try. We should try to follow their guidance and their action. Now, as I close, I want to just speak to Stephen Francis. But just before that, I want to indicate that Oswald Harding funeral service will be on July 27 at Hewitt Chapel. We will be taking to Cabinet on Monday a submission for Dean Peart to receive an official funeral as a cabinet minister, a former cabinet minister. And this morning, I met with Paul Francis, Bruce James, and other close associates of Stephen Francis. And we have agreed on a date for his funeral, which we are referring to as a celebration of life. And that's August 15 at the National Indoor Sports Center. And we will be announcing further details. So I just quickly want to say that it is with a great feeling of sadness that I rise to pay tribute to Coach Stephen Francis. Stephen lived his life away from the spotlight. His job was to thrust others forward. And in fulfilling his obligations, he created a great lineup of Jamaican stars that have become the envy of the world. He was daring and bold in executing his unshakable belief in the ability of Jamaicans to do it for ourselves. He created giants of the sport of athletics, and in so doing, mushroomed national pride that gave even the youngest among us the confidence that they could become world beaters. Stephen, or we call, as we say, Frano, disrupted the notion that Jamaican high school athletes had to migrate to the United States to find transition and success. Stephen co-founded MVP Track Club and set about, with very limited resources, transforming the approach to track and field, hauling numerous medals and world records that remain the envy of many in the sport. So, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, Frano's untimely departure has left a void not only in the track and field community, but in the very soul of the nation. Frano was not just a coach. He was a master architect of human potential who redefined the boundaries of what Jamaican athletes could achieve on the global stage. And his journey, characterized by an uncompromising commitment to excellence and a fierce, almost stubborn belief in local talent, transformed the landscape of sprinting forever. Stephen was known to be someone who would speak his mind. And he, one would say, confrontational with a purpose, but humble at the same time. So today, as we reflect on his life and we celebrate his achievements, which were Jamaica's achievement, I want to ask that we celebrate a life lived with singular purpose. And we extend our deepest condolences to his brother Paul, to the MVP Track Club, and the entire sporting fraternity. Stephen Francis, as I close, has finished his race, but the echoes of his voice and the impact of his mentorship will resonate through the annals of Jamaican history for generations to come. May his soul rest in eternal peace, and may his legacy continue to inspire the pursuit of greatness in all our endeavors. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank the members. I think this has been an extremely good session of tributes to 4 Jamaicans who have truly left an indelible mark on our country, and across different spheres and in different avenues, but all of them share the thread of working to ensure that we have a better Jamaica, and definitely of giving of themselves in the service of other Jamaicans. I won't add to the tributes, but just to say, as a youngster growing up, watching the TV, Dean Peart seemed larger than life. He made us believe that country people can come run Parliament. I tell you, Dean Peart and Danny Buck, and of course, Roger Clark,
they had a demeanor in this house that really Harry Douglas was one. But maybe because, you know, I'm from the St. Elizabeth side, right? But I must tell you, they had a demeanor in this house that said rural people can really aspire and achieve. And I say that because sometimes when we are in this house, we take for granted how much people are looking on and the impressions that we are leaving in the minds of youngsters. And I must give kudos to the generation before us. And you can see in the tributes that it flowed despite significant cut and thrust, despite real competition, the respect across the aisle was clear. I think that is very, very important. So I just want to join in thanking the family for coming and giving us the opportunity to share. And I agree with the leader of opposition business. We must find a way to make it standard that where people have served for sufficiently significant time and they're taking their leave of the house, that we honor them when they can still hear it. And that we invite the families to come so that they can hear sometimes how we really think about them. Because oftentimes in the cut and thrust, when we're on the political stage, people may believe that, you know, we're not really colleagues. And I think this is a good exercise that we should have when people can really appreciate it. So I thank the family members. The dates for the funerals have been shared. I know the members who are able to will participate. And Speaker, I turn to you for our moment of silence.
At this time, we will all stand for a moment of silence. May their souls all rest in peace.
Mr. Speaker, as we are in public business, I will ask that the House resolve itself into committee so that we can complete the mediation bill, which we had, I think, one clause that the members had intervened upon, and the minister had indicated he would take some guidance. Just to indicate to the family, the extracts from the Hansard of what was shared today will be sent to the family.
Members, we will just revert to the minister in committee as it relates to clause. Minister, the member Malahuford, would you like to go before the minister?
Madam Chair, I'm just seeking an opportunity to just clarify and amplify the point I made earlier in my intervention on the proposed amendment to Clause 2. So the term habitual residence is used in the bill in 3 places in Clause 2. Firstly, in the definition of domestic mediation. Secondly, in the definition of international commercial mediation. And thirdly, in the definition of international settlement agreement. The bill, Madam Speaker, is, among other things, establishing a regulatory framework for the conduct of mediation in Jamaica, including community mediation, domestic as opposed to international. And secondly, among other things, it is giving effect to the provisions of the United Nations Conventions on Mediation done in New York on the 20th day of December 2018, the New York Convention. To that extent, I wish to clarify that my earlier intervention on the proposed amendment to substitute the term habitual residence related solely to the definition of domestic mediation. For the record, when the bill is looked at, the use of the term habitual residence appears appropriate and should stand in the other 2 definitions because it reflects the convention definition, which is set out in Article 2 and appears in the first schedule of the bill. But in relation to domestic mediation, I think that the point made both by myself and the member from Portland Eastern that to use ordinarily resident may create a jurisdictional problem for the litigious party to an agreement, because it is saying that unless you are a national of Jamaica or ordinarily resident in Jamaica, with that term being a technical term, or the companies incorporated in Jamaica, the other things that are set out, you can't access mediation. And I don't think that is the intention of the law in respect of the regulatory framework for domestic mediation. And just to repeat, to the extent that the bill is giving effect to the provisions of the New York Convention, then the use of habitual residence reflects the framework that is contained in Article 2 of the Convention set out in the first schedule.
Thank you so much, Member. Minister Chalk.
Madam Chair, I have consulted with the technical persons. We will stick to the term ordinarily resident in all 3 places. But out of courtesy to respond to Member Ford, the convention itself acts on its own. What happens with the convention is if 2 parties in any country, doesn't have to be Jamaica, it could be 1 country, Australia or Australia, New Zealand, once they come to a mediation settlement, it is enforceable in any country that has ratified the convention. So it's not that they're resident here or have any business here. What the convention does is once you have a mediation settlement, you can enforce it in any country that has ratified the act. So that, let us say Australia, there's a settlement in Australia and there's a bauxite company in Jamaica that has financial resources. They can settle it here once we ratify the convention. So, Madam Chair, I ask that the amendment as proposed be taken and then we approve the clause 2.
So the amendment was, the 3 amendments were previously discussed, and the minister is now confirming that ordinarily will replace habitually at the sections on pages 4, 5, and 6, as we had indicated before, and he would like to have that stay. So I now put the amendment. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Oh, sorry.
3. Habitual.
Well, yeah, habitual, which would be changed to from ordinary. Right. So let me read it again. Page 4. I want to just find. So habitually at subsection A on page 4 would become ordinarily. On 5, section B, big section B, habitual would be ordinary. And page 6, same, section B, habitual would be ordinary. And those would be the amendments. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I now put clause 2 as amended. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The bill has, the question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with 2 amendments. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Thank you very much.
Four amendment. The 3 plus the 4 is 4. 4. Oh, it's 4. Well, in clause 2, she might term it as 1. No, just the change of the name.
I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with 2 amendments. Minister?
Madam Speaker, I now ask for the bill to be read a 3rd time.
The question is that the bill be now read a 3rd time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
An act to establish a regulatory framework for the conduct of mediation in Jamaica, including community mediation, to provide for the registration of mediators and the licensing and regulation of mediation service providers, to make provisions for facilitated contract negotiations, to give effect to the provisions of the United Nations Convention on International Settlement Agreements resulting from mediation done in New York on the 20th day of December 2018, and to provide for connecting matters, read for a 3rd time and passed.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now ask for the recommittal of the agenda, all the items on the agenda.
Statement by ministers. Oh, question. I am now extremely tired, House. My apologies. The question is that we recommit the items on the agenda, which would begin from statement by ministers all the way through. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Statement by ministers. Announcements. Clerk.
Laid on the table of the House are the following. A special report of the Constituency Development Fund Committee of the House of Representatives regarding the sum provided for project execution and the administrative arrangements for managing the fund. The annual report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee for the period April 25 to March 31, 2026. The Auditor General's Department certified appropriation accounts for the years 2022 to 2023. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers, reports from committees.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the chairman of the committee, Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the annual report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee for the period April 2025 to March 31st, 2026.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House, on behalf of the Chair of the Committee, a copy of the Special Report of the Constituency Development Fund Committee of the House of Representatives regarding the sum provided for project execution and the administrative arrangements for managing the fund.
Notices of motions given orally. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be resolved that with reference to the resolution approved by this Honourable House on October 21, 2025, appointing a Regulations Committee, that the name Zuleika Jess be removed from the membership of the committee and that the name G. Anthony Hilton be substituted thereof. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice as at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move. Be it resolved with reference to the resolution approved by this Honourable House, appointed Integrity Commission Oversight Committee, that this committee be allowed to hold hybrid meetings that are partially virtual and partially physical, utilizing available information and communication technologies in the manner more specifically outlined below, preserving the rights, powers, and privileges, including voting rights, normally accorded to a member of a committee. The committee is hereby empowered to 1. Convene and hold meetings in virtual spaces created using information and communication technologies, which shall be considered committee meetings for the purpose of the mandate of the committee. 2. Allow access and participation from remote locations as are enabled by means of information and virtual technologies by members and other persons authorized by the committee. 3. Include members accessing and participating from remote locations as a part of its quorum. 4. Receive, consider, deliberate on, and respond to feedback and submissions in formats, modes, and media, and via platforms, modes, and media enabled by means of information and communication technologies from any person. 5. Consider any and all information generated, communicated, and received via formats, platforms, modes, or media as enabled by means of information and communication technologies as forming part of the record of the committee meetings. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion.
Thanks, House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the special report of the Constituency Development Fund Committee of the House of Representatives regarding the sum provided for the project execution and the administrative arrangements for the managing the fund, which was laid on the table of the House on the 14th day of July 2026, be adopted. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion.
Member Phillips.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the annual report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee for the period April 2025 to March 31st, 2026, which was laid on the table of the House on the 14th day of July 2026, be adopted.
Thank you, Member. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sitting of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Public business. the time now being after, I decided to complete, and then you, instead of going through another. So you may now proceed, House Leader. Time now being.
Madam Speaker, the time now being 6:45 p.m., I now move that the House be allowed to receive and answer questions at this time.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I call upon the Minister of Energy, Transport and Telecommunications to answer the questions standing in my name on the order paper, on the question paper.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, copies, yeah? Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll answer the questions as follows. Will the Minister state whether negotiations have commenced with the Jamaica Public Service Limited for the renewal, modification, or termination of the All Island Electricity License 2016? Response, yes. Question 2, who are the persons comprising the Government of Jamaica's negotiating team? Response, the Cabinet approved the composition of the negotiated team as follows. The chairperson is the former Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Carol Palmer. The internal representatives, Ministry representatives, the Chief Technical Director, Energy, Chief Technical Director, Strategic Planning and Policy Services, Principal Director of Energy, and Senior Legal Officer in the Ministry of Energy. External representatives, Attorney General's Chambers, Ministry of Finance and Public Service, Energy Sector Specialists, and Consumer Advisor Committee on Utilities, Electricity, Energy representatives, and also international consultants to the Government of Jamaica. 3, can the Minister provide the details of the $15 million US that he indicated in his sectoral presentation will be spent on capital projects at Petrojam? Response, the list of CAPEX projects is attached. Question 4, how will the government recoup all the losses that Petrojam has incurred during the current financial year? Response, subsidies were incurred due to significant absorption by Petrojam of sharp increases in global oil prices caused by the conflict in the Middle East. It is expected that the accumulated subsidies for the current financial year will be recovered over time through the pricing mechanism as global market prices normalize. Lastly, is the government contemplating divesting any of the assets of Petrojam at this time? Response, the Government of Jamaica has no plans to divest the company's assets at this time.
A few questions arising. Firstly, in relation to the negotiations, is the Minister aware that the JPSCO has not yet signed off on the power purchase agreement with the new licensees, and whether or not this is as a result of the negotiations that are ongoing for the license? Secondly, is the government still committed to achieving under this or another license the 50% goal of renewable energy by the year 2030, and if the minister could indicate where we're at with that. And third, in relation to this part of the question, because I have some other questions on Petrojam, can the minister indicate whether or not the government has a particular price for electricity that it hopes to achieve?
Member, in relation to the first question, which was in relation to the current PPAs, we are aware of that, and the ministry is working with the OUR and the JPS as we speak to have that matter resolved. I expect that matter to be resolved in short order. Secondly, the second question. Can you remind me the second question? Let me answer and the third. Eh? Awesome.
Minister, do you want your mic off? You know, I'm turning it on. Minister, would you also be so kind as to take note of the questions being asked by the member from East Port Royal, document them and answer at the end? Do we have any other questions, members, opposition leader? And you would do the same, you would take the questions from the opposition leader and then you answer at the end. So first from East Port Royal. Go ahead, please.
Madam Speaker, you always say East Port Royal. This is East Kingston and Port Royal. 7 terms.
Kingston East and Port Royal.
Minister, I had asked you, second question, what is the government's objective now in relation to renewable energy for 2030? Is it still 50%? And where are we in that trajectory? Thirdly, are other players approaching the government in relation to the JPSCO license? And if I could just ask the questions on Petrojam, because you mentioned that a recovery is being done in relation to the recent price increases, but you'll recall that Petrojam lost over $4 billion over 2 years. Is there any means of recovering that, and whether or not there will be an adjustment to the pricing formula to achieve that? And finally, you now have a new managing director, and the issue of conflict of interest has arisen. Are you satisfied that those potential conflicts have been resolved in relation to your new managing director?
You may turn on your mic, opposition leader. Minister, opposition leader first. Thank you, Minister.
Madam Speaker, I didn't want to overload the Minister with more questions. He has a number of substantive issues to address already. I wanted to just ask the Minister in relation to and he's making notes of the last question, in relation to the negotiation process for the JPS license renewal. You recently announced that some international law firm was being engaged to provide that type of, I suppose, expert technical legal assistance in the process. And I was wondering, where are we in the negotiating process? If they are not yet on board or haven't been on board, what has been the objective of the process of negotiation thus far relative to what they will be bringing to the table when they come on board? Because one would have thought that in embarking on this, you would have had them in place from the start. if you're, to set the parameters of a negotiation and ensure that issues which perhaps the technical people within the GOJ may not have considered, but they would be aware of by virtue of their international expertise, could have been part of the framing of the overall parameters of the negotiating process. So I was just wondering, where are we in the process now, and what was the sort of main objectives of the initial phase to date, vis-a-vis bringing on those foreign experts to help the team? The other question I have relates to Petrojam, and I noticed you said in your answer that you're hoping that Petrojam can recover the accumulated losses from the subsidy when the oil markets normalize. Now, given the geopolitical realities and what we're hearing about the war in Iran, it's not looking particularly hopeful at this time. The MOU that was signed to create a ceasefire arrangement for a period of time so as to allow the nuclear aspects of the conflict to be negotiated. That MOU has been effectively abandoned. Hostilities have returned. The Straits of Hormuz are effectively under some kind of siege or constraint. Oil prices are reacting to that again, and there's been a sharp increase in Brent crude prices and other indicative prices. So my question is there going to be an ongoing element of subsidy of the gas price, the fuel price to consumers and motorists, and in Jamaica in particular, if the oil prices continue to be elevated or continue to increase, or have you made a decision that cannot be afforded given the fiscal realities and the pricing mechanism is going to pass through those costs as they are incurred? That's my question for you on that.
Minister, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, members, for your questions. So, member from East Kingston and Port Royal, the question you asked in relation to what is our price point that we would like to get to. Obviously, we want to be competitive, somewhere around 20 US cents per kilowatt hour. You asked about the situation in terms of where are we with the 50%. Recall that it was 30% renewables by 2030. And the Prime Minister raised it to 50% because he said we must think big and be ambitious. So we are moving towards it, knowing that it is a tall order, but we are making all the arrangements to make sure, especially in light of the fact that we have done 100 megawatts of solar, and we are now going out for 300 megawatts of solar and 150 batteries. So the bottom line is that we are at about 16% now, and with those two and whatever else we do in the next 4 years, we are looking to get to as close as 50% as possible, but definitely over 30%. Petrojam, recovering the losses and the pricing formula. You will recall that we did announce a change to the pricing formula recently. The situation is fluid. Members, the bottom line is I can't sit here and tell you what's going to happen next week. I don't even know what's going to happen tomorrow in relation to the geopolitical situation in the war. What I can say is that whereas we want to recover, obviously, over time, we have our duty and a responsibility to protect the consumers, because obviously oil affects everything else. And obviously we've been doing that and doing that well. But there's a flip side to it, that while we have the ability to adjust our pricing mechanism, which we have done already, and there is different scales, we hope that we don't have to go to the highest scale, because obviously that will be disastrous in terms of the effect on inflation and everything else. But the bottom line on the other side, with what has happened in Venezuela recently, and what's happening in Guyana and right around us, there are many discussions that are taking place right now with a view of the possibility of getting oil much cheaper than we are buying right now in other jurisdictions. And that gives us a great opportunity. But again, you have to be careful. It's a work in progress, but we are not unmindful of the fact that there is opportunities out of adversity, and we look forward to taking, because if we do that, then obviously we'll be able to stabilize and get rid of the losses in a shorter period of time. Last but not least, the license renewal. I said it before when I was asked a question, I'm going to say it again. I'm not at liberty to stand here and to comment and deal with the intricacies of a very sensitive and delicate negotiation. For obvious reasons, it is a negotiation that's ongoing. And until such time as I have something to report to the nation, I can't give it to you in pieces. What I can say very clearly is that the negotiations are ongoing. There's a process that's outlined, which includes valuations, all sorts of things that have to be done as part of the negotiation in parallel. What I can also say is that we are very aware as a government and as a country that the two shareholders, majority shareholders, as you have said before, is East West and Maribyrnong, one from Korea and one from Japan. Those are highly rated companies worldwide. And therefore, it is incumbent on us to get the necessary support for our local negotiating team. We have already engaged in one phase, technical assistance, which has now, that phase has expired. We're now moving to another phase, so we're seeking to get cabinet approval to proceed on the second phase of the technical. We are looking at the possibility of financial advisors to give us the various options and suite of options that we have. And last but not least, despite the fact that we have very competent and able people at the Attorney General's chambers, we are also seeking through them to identify outside legal technical assistance who is going to work with the AG's department to make sure that we have a team that is competent to go to the table with the best of the best. I can say to you, we are aware that we have one here. And we are not thinking about this in isolation. You ask the question whether or not there are other people that are interested. And the clear answer to that is yes. Obviously, the terms would be what would dictate their interest. But in terms of expressing an interest, yes. But we realize that we have to run on two tracks. We have to continue with the negotiation with the JPS in good faith. We will know in short order whether that's going south or north. But in the meantime, we must have a backup plan because time is not on our side. And this minister and this government is not going to allow anybody to run the clock on us, to put us in a position where we're in a precarious position that we have to agree to things that we would normally agree to. So again, I can say to you with all confidence that it is not easy. Time is not on our side, but as I gave the commitment prior, I'll give it again in Parliament today. As soon as I'm at a stage where I have something that I can say that is concrete in relation to where the negotiations are with one party or the other, you will be the first to know. And my counterpart, we are in touch and we speak regularly on this and other matters.
Would you like to make a follow-up question?
The MD of Petrojam, that's an administrative procedure. That has nothing to do with the minister or the ministry. And in my usual style, everything that is done according to the letter of the process. And I make sure that I impress that because I know that at some point, questions like what you just asked are going to come up. And you have somebody who is competent, who has gone through a process, who has a proven track record, including an order of Jamaica, yes, who is patriotic, and who is up to the challenge of what we just spoke about in terms of getting better oil prices for Jamaica so that we can bring the price of oil down right across the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. House Leader, we're going back to public business.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier regarding the Integrity Commission being allowed to hold hybrid meetings, that I now move for the suspension of the standing orders.
What was he getting up? The question is that we suspend the standing orders to allow for taking of the motion, notice of which was given earlier. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now move that the motion, notice of which I gave earlier in relation to the Integrity Commission being allowed to hold hybrid meetings, that motion be approved.
The question is that the motion be approved. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam
Members,
Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion for the special report of the Constituency Development Fund, notice of which I gave earlier. Standing orders.
those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, the question is that the motion, notice of which I gave earlier in relation to the special report of the Constituency Development Fund, be approved.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Final one, Madam Speaker. I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion regarding the removal of Zuleika Jess from the Regulations Committee and the replacement by G. Anthony Hilton, notice of which I gave earlier.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I ask that the motion, notice of which I gave earlier, be approved.
Question is that the motion, notice of which was given earlier, be approved. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, it is not intended to do
All right, back to House Leader.
Madam Speaker, it's not intended to do any further business today. I ask that the House be adjourned for a date to be set.
Those in favor?
I would advise members that we do have constituency debates to come, so you can start preparing yourself for your constituency debates. And the leader of opposition business and myself will be in touch in relation to the summer period and the approach that we will take for the rest of the summer period.
Thank you, House Leader. On the matter of adjournment, just a very quick Speaker's ruling, procedures for the submission of questions, written answers, and motions. This is to ensure that procedurally we are operating a little bit more efficiently. I wish to clarify and formalize the procedure governing the submission of questions, written answers, and motions requiring notice. Despite repeated verbal rulings that these matters should be submitted sufficiently in advance to permit examination for compliance with the standing orders, they continue in some instances to be transmitted shortly before the sitting with the expectation of immediate processing and publication. This does not allow adequate time for examination, consultation, or correction. This ruling therefore gives formal effect to the directions previously issued and streamlines the process in accordance with the standing orders. The procedure already implemented for questions under which they are formally handed to the clerk during question time pursuant to Standing Order 15.2 has operated very effectively. It has allowed sufficient time for examination from the Speaker to determine admissibility under Standing Order 16. The same principle of timely submission and proper scrutiny must apply to written answers and motions requiring notice. Standing Order 15.3 provides for written answers to be circulated with the minutes of the proceedings when received, but it does not prescribe the time for their submission. In the exercise of the Speaker's authority under Standing Order 15.3, I direct that written answers intended for circulations be handed to the clerk during question time. Standing Orders 22.2 requires a notice for motion to be in writing, signed, and addressed to the clerk. It may be handed in at the table during the period allotted for notices of motions given orally or delivered to the office of the clerk within the hours prescribed for that purpose. Under Standing Orders 22.3 and 22.4, the motions must be examined by the Speaker and, subject to that examination, printed on the order paper for the following sitting, or the following sitting day. This procedure is consistent with Commonwealth parliamentary practice as reflected in Erskine May, under which questions and motions are examined by the clerk, acting on the authority of the Speaker before being accepted for publication. I therefore rule that 1. Questions shall continue to be formally handed to the clerk during question time and processed in accordance with Standing Orders 15 and 16. 2. Written answers intended for circulation with the minutes of proceedings shall be handed to the clerk during question time and circulated after the necessary examination. An answer submitted after question time will ordinarily be processed for circulation at the next sitting unless the Speaker otherwise directs. 3. Motions requiring notice shall be formally lodged in accordance with Standing Order 22.2, whether at the table during the allotted period or at the office of the clerk within the prescribed hours, and shall be processed in accordance with Standing Orders 22.3 and 22.4. The Speaker's assessment following review should not be expected before 3 days from the date of submission, effectively meaning if we have a sitting today and one tomorrow, do not expect that if we meet on Tuesday, depending on what it is that you have submitted, that it can be necessarily reviewed, processed for tabling the following day. It would be at the sitting that occurs no earlier than for 3 days, so it would be 4 days, working days. Nothing in this fourth, members may consult the clerk, and I want you to listen, members may consult the clerk or transmit drafts in advance for preliminary examination and procedural guidance. The informal transmission of a draft, however, does not constitute formal notice or create an entitlement to the publication. This is really in an effort to help the members to have the benefit of the clerk's office and legal counsel to work through issues so that whatever they would like to have tabled can go through the process far more speedily. Nothing in this ruling affects a question permitted without notice under Standing Orders 15.1, a motion exempt from notice under Standing Order 24, or any matter in respect of which notice is dispensed with under Standing Order 25. This ruling shall take effect from the next sitting of the House. The clerk is directed to circulate it to all members and to administer the receipt, examination, and processing of questions, written answers, and motions accordingly. Thank you very much, members.
Madam Speaker, I would love to inquire if you will also be making a policy statement in relation to the time for answers to questions, because ministers are invariably not answering within a specific time, and it is the questioner who really ought to be asked to give an extension of time.
Absolutely agree with you, Leader of Opposition Business. Since the last dispensation or session of Parliament, we have been making significant strides in improving the time frame in which ministers answer questions on the order paper. Albeit that significant improvement, it is sometimes outside of the time prescribed, and the process in the standing order is for the minister who is being asked the questions to speak to the member who has those questions standing in their name. I do have one challenge, and it means we may also have to implement a process of verification for the speaker, because I would not be aware of whether or not a minister and member has had a discussion based on my directive and have come to an understanding. And so we will institute some sort of note that the minister can submit to say there is an agreement between member and minister, so the speaker would know that we are not going to take the answer at X sitting. Today we had an unfortunate situation where that discussion had not taken place. In the case of Minister Mackenzie, the same approach was done by the speaker, and a discussion was had and confirmation had. So going forward, members, for questions and answers to questions, ministers, once your date has come, you will be given a reminder from the House. And if you are not in a position to answer as yet, it is a requirement that you come to an arrangement with the member who has asked the questions. And after that, we continue with the standing orders accordingly.
Yes, Madam Speaker, according to the standing orders 17A1, it provides for, even if that discussion takes place, for the minister, the person who is answering, to provide in writing a note to the clerk. So in that case, you would then be informed because a note is provided. So we don't need to reinvent. We just need to follow what is there. So even if there's an informal discussion.
No, which is what I just said. So I'm saying to the minister that I need something in writing. It doesn't have to be to the clerk. It can be an email to the speaker.
Yes, yes.
Indicating that there is agreement. So I'm just reiterating that I need to be formally notified.
The point I'm making is my questions have been standing for 26 days. If it is that the minister weren't able to answer, he should have made a note to the clerk, even if we speak informally. So that's already provided for by the standing orders.
And I didn't say anything differently. I'm actually saying that it must be done. And it must be communicated to me. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I won't belabor the point. I think you sufficiently dealt with it. Suffice to say, we have come a far way. We have come a very far way. I do not want to go past the time, so I again move that the House be adjourned for a date to be set.
The question is that this Honorable House now adjourn for a date to be fixed. Those in favor? Those against? This Honorable House now stands adjourned.